All right, what up, what up, what up? Another little podcast show thingy-majig. I'm excited about this one, man. I'm always excited about them, of course, but feeling a little bit better, not feeling so bad. And our guest tonight is going to be very interesting. I think the topics are going to be well worth it. I'll go ahead and send an invite to our guest. I'm starting like 5 minutes early just so I can get everything set up properly and all that good stuff. Go ahead and send him an invite. Like I said, I'm starting a little bit early. I like to do that just so I can get everything set up and make sure we got no technical difficulties going on. Set some stuff up on my laptop now. Yeah, so I hope everybody's having a good night. I'm super excited about this one. Like I said, I'm starting a little bit early, so he might be a little bit, but we'll wait for him. I'm not supposed to start till 10 anyway, but super excited. I don't want to give away too much about our guest tonight because that's the whole point of him coming on and kind of telling us about himself. So I'll hold off on that. All I can say though is it's going to be very interesting and probably knowledge filled. Just sent him an invite. No, wait. Alright, message has been sent. Cool deal. He's on his way. Been really enjoying these. You get to just talk about anything and everything. People from all different walks of life. It's amazing. All right. I think our guest is here. I'm gonna go ahead and add him on. Connects pretty swiftly. Says adding. Oh, it says it's declined. Try to shoot me a request to join if it'll let you. You see, I'll click add again. But that is if you're ready. If you're not quite ready, that's understandable. Oh, no, he's not ready. All right. We'll give it a little bit longer then. All right, let's see here. All right, add. I'm adding you to the screen now if you're ready. Adding. Connected. Hello, how are you doing?
Good. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just not technologically savvy.
Oh, no worries at all. Let me switch this around. Cool. So how are you doing today?
Good. How about you, brother?
I cannot complain. Doing all right. Just want to say thank you for agreeing to come on here. And I know for a lot of people, especially practitioners, it's hard for them to open up about their beliefs, their practice. A lot of it's private, a lot of it's personal. So it's really neat when you can get people to agree to come on and share what they can, at least.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I've been following you for quite a while now, I think, and I love what you post, and I love how much you propagate and how much you push for what you believe in, and you promote it every single day, and I love that.
Well, thank you. It's a lifestyle, that's for sure. It's not something that I do. It's something that I live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just not some side hobby. Absolutely, I agree. Um, may I ask, were you brought up in it, or did you
No,
find it?
absolutely not. I was brought up Southern Baptist and Southern Pentecostal.
Oh, wow.
I've sacrificed a lot for this path, including a lot of family, most of my family.
Hmm. Yeah, I can understand that.
However, that being said, I have found the most loyal, compassionate, loving, caring, unjudgmental family that I could ever have asked for
Hmm.
in the lodge.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Um,
Sorry, I'm a walk where it's a little bit more quiet.
oh, you're fine. So did you seek it out, or did somebody find you?
Uh, at first, that's a complicated question.
Hmm.
Um, there, there are parts that I search for, and then once I became privy to a certain amount of knowledge, and once I showed my dedication, there were certain aspects of it that searched me out.
Hmm. Yeah. I've noticed that too. If you show an interest in something like this, it shows an interest back in you also, and it will find you.
100%. It's you definitely get what you put in, or get out of it what you put in. Uh,
Well said.
if you want a hobby, or if you want to feel like you're a part of something larger than yourself, you can get that. But if you apply yourself and you work hard and you show your dedication, you show your loyalty, you know, you'll get so much more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah.
It every day it kind of tickles me how rewarding this path has been.
Hmm. Yeah. And it's not, people don't realize it's not a get rich quick easy type scheme or anything. It's
No,
it's a
no,
long
absolutely not.
process. You know, people
Um,
think, I'm gonna get into magic and do a spell and I'm gonna be rich tomorrow.
yeah. Well, and that's just like this quote unquote Illuminati group going around. We're trying to recruit people, with
Yeah.
promises of riches and wealth. There is an abundance of riches, but it's not in the context of monetary gain or superficial, mundane ploys. Uh, the things that you gain are immaterial,
Hmm.
and
Absolutely.
uh, there's no
Well,
way that you can put a price on true illumination or true enlightenment. It The things that you become privy to are beyond any sort of comprehensible monetary gain at all. At all. It's almost offensive.
yeah, 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 I agree. Um, yeah, and I hate seeing most young practitioners, that's what gets them into it, for real. And I think it's mostly to do with Hollywood, the way that Hollywood has portrayed it in books and just you name it. They've given it this fake misinformation, looking bad stigma behind it, bad reputation, because people think they're gonna get into it and do some magic, and they're saddened. But the thing is, it's not as magical as Hollywood puts it out to be. It's even more magical, in my opinion. Way
I
more.
see. I would agree with that.
Yep. People's like, oh, well, you can't levitate this in front of me. No, maybe not. Maybe not right now, especially, but let me tell you, this magic is way better than what Hollywood has ever been able to portray. For real.
Yeah. Is it more beneficial to be able to levitate, a lamp in front of you, or is it more privy to more enlightening to realize that the lamp doesn't exist unless you need it to exist?
Yep. I'm already liking you. This is great. Yeah. Absolutely, man. And like you said, enlightenment, man, you can't put a price on it. It's
No.
it's it's worth way more than what people think, and yeah. Um, can I ask how long you've been associated with orders and whatnot?
20 plus years.
Wow. All right.
I had an earlier start. I went through some trials and tribulations in my teen years
Mhm.
that turned me away from orthodox fundamentalism.
Mhm.
Um, and I went pretty hard nosed, complete opposite direction of what I was raised in. And then as I began as I began to learn and I began to mature, um, I kind of balanced. It's not that I balanced. I think enlightenment does it as a whole, balances out the individual.
Mhm.
Um, you come to a point when you realize that there is no left-hand path and no right-hand path, but it's the middle path and the middle pillar that leads us to the temple built without hands.
Mhm. Yeah.
Uh, these concepts of duality, that's mundane thinking. A deity and a cosmic intelligence doesn't think in such trivial paradigms or perimeters.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The sheer complexity of such a force would be way beyond our comprehension, and so it definitely wouldn't be worried about simple, mundane, worldly human issues, you know? Um,
Absolutely. Well, and I think the one thing that we tend to forget is concepts of, you know, right and wrong, uh, good and bad, or light and darkness, left hand, right hand. These are concepts that are not just human, but they're subject to time and place, um, upbringing, social climate. Um, so our definition of these terms, they tend to differ from generation to generation, from geographical location to geographical location.
mhm.
Um, deity doesn't work in that way. Deity is all it's been here long before us and it'll be here long after us. So they're cosmic intelligence, by whatever name you call it, whether it be, I mean, anything. Again, these names are immaterial. I
Mhm.
I can assure you, God doesn't walk around or go around calling itself God,
Mhm.
but it's most definitely not subject to social climate or acclimating itself to our needs or our perceptions of what it should be.
Mhm. Absolutely. Yeah. Um, so, can I ask a little bit about the organizations you're affiliated with? If not, that's
Absolutely,
okay.
ask away.
Speak what you can. But without, infringing upon any oaths or anything, can you tell us a little bit about them and kind of what you do and what you get out of it?
Uh, First off, probably the one I've been a member of the longest was the Rosicrucian Order AMORC. AMORC. They are, we are a, a mystical based organization that looks into all forms of enlightenment. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you say Rosicrucian, a lot of times, you know, people are picture like what they may see in like masonry or the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Um, from what I've been privileged to get to see, it's they don't they reflect divinity. They don't hold um, the initiate or the aspirant to a certain paradigm. Where there's light, we are.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the Rosicrucian Order, it's a lot like any other occult or hermetic or mystic organization. You get what you put in, or get out of it what you put in.
Mm-hmm.
There's members that's been members for, you know, decades that won't agree with the amount of information and the community that I've received out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's there. I can assure you, my Rosicrucian fratres and sawyers are some of the. I couldn't ask for a better family. I really, really couldn't. And as far as being unjudgmental and progressive and just there, it's family to the very, very exponential extent of the word. It's family. And coming from, you know, myself, like I said, I lost a lot of family to this, but I was also in my younger years, I was in foster care, and I never really had at any point any sort of real family as in the way that most people know. However, I would not trade this family for my biological family ever, ever. And the amount of knowledge that they will willingly not just give to you, but teach you to really, really cultivate and nurture those seeds of growth within the aspirant are second to none. I can't sing enough praises about them. I don't think that I would ever not be a member of the order. I couldn't see myself not being able to call myself a Rosicrucian. Do we have, you know, hiccups? Is there? We're all human, you know. There's I'm sure that there's things that certain people will say that they don't agree with, or you know, not every member or ex-member, past member is going to say what I say. But I can assure you that if you show them the things that I keep referring to, you know, dedication, loyalty, hard work, they'll give that back to you 10 times over.
Yeah, you gotta give to get. I agree.
And then the Thelemic Order, it's actually a newer organization in the propagation of the law of Thelema, the word of the new eon. Very, very progressive, with a focal point being the propagation of the law, not politics, not a caliphate. They are very, very supportive of the way that the law manifests subjectively unto the individual. And that's one thing I highly, highly respect about them is we can all be a part of a certain paradigm, right? And we can all work within it. We can all have the same ritual, the same holy texts, the same working tools, right? But the way that the great work manifests for each individual is going to be subject unto the individual, just the same way that reality is, right? We can all say, for example, there's a rock between you and I, right? And we can both say that we see that rock, and we can agree on the texture, the density, the color, even the direction in which the shadow is cast from the rock, right? But simply for the simple fact, objectively speaking, that you're on one side of the rock and I'm on the other side of the rock, my perspective will never be your perspective. That doesn't create room, shouldn't create room for turmoil or argument, but the ability to appreciate not just your perspective and not just my perspective, but how beautiful is something that we can all work within, but it's tailor-made for the individual as it manifests to that individual.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that, man. And yeah, everybody's on different waves of perception, and everybody sees things differently, you know. And
Absolutely.
even yeah, like you said, even if you're standing looking at the same object, it's not ever going to be the same. And I love how you said it's individual. It can, lend itself to each person's, how style. And I love that. And I hate it when practitioners say, if you don't use this, if you don't do that, if you don't do this exact, it won't work for you. Because that's a lie. Because magic is personal, very personal. And if you're not
Very,
making,
very much so. Well, that's
yeah,
like, people talk about chaos magic, and what makes chaos magic outside of Libra Null is the fact that you basically you make your own practice, right? But are we not all chaos magicians at their core? Is at
absolutely.
one point, even with the bigger organizations, the Hermetic Order, the Golden Dawn, there was a day before that they were not who they are now, right? There was a day that the first LBRP was written for the first time. Was that not chaos magic by definition?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
now we can all, once again, we can all agree that if you do a certain practice, right, a certain discipline, a certain practical application, there will be, if executed properly, a core result, right? But at the same time, as we can check for that core, for that one solidified objective result, the way it's going to manifest for that person, it's going to have different variables around it, right? Just because they see this color or they see that color, is the basis of the results of their practical application the same as everybody else? Yes. Who cares how it manifests to them?
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let it be subjective to that person. That's what's drawn me to magic. If it was supposed to be, especially within Thelema, do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law, as long as it meets my standard, then why did any of us leave any sort of fundamentalist religion to begin with?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you're going to tell me what to believe, how to believe, and how it should be believed, how I meet deity, how deity manifests itself in my life, then I'm going back to the Baptist church.
Mm-hmm.
At least I'll be socially acceptable then, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree, man. And if you do that, you're literally just putting yourself in a box, closing your own mind off to infinite possibility,
100 times over.
hindering your possible potential.
I have a strange fascination with quantum science. And
Mm-hmm.
I believe 100% that as much as we try to say science disproves religion and deity, I think quantum science is that missing link that unifies esoteric, the esoteric with the scientific. In my
Absolutely.
opinion, it doesn't disprove uh, deity. It changes the way that we need to define deity and the way that we perceive deity, right?
Yeah.
Um, just as quantum science will say, reality manifests for the individual subjectively to the person experiencing it, and that can be, you know, checked against the double slit experiment, Schrodinger's cat. I'm quantum science for like the last 40 years, really, honestly. So too is the way that deity manifests to us as practitioners. The way that everything, you got to think. Not only are we a microcosm to the macrocosm, life
Mm-hmm.
in itself, everything encompassed within the macrocosm works in a system of fractals.
Mm-hmm.
Again, quantum science speaks to that, to the T.
Absolutely.
So everything from the way that we are a direct reflection of the divine, or a tree of life within ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
an Adam Codman, it goes to every aspect of this mundane reality. I mean, the signature of the divine is on every single thing that we will ever perceive in this existence, our previous existence, or our next existence, period. You just have to look and know how to look.
Absolutely. And that with a lot of things, my friend, especially occult text. It's almost like a safety measure. You know, if somebody picks up one of my books and starts reading it, they're not going to understand a damn thing of it. But once you can read the symbolism, once you have eyes to see, it's like a whole new thing just opens up in front of you. It goes from being 2D to 3D. It's really wild. And it's like that with a lot. I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, I think that's one of those beautiful things about what we do is again, you get out of it what you put into it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to do the research, and like the book of the law, right? Libra Owl, just by itself, exoterically speaking, is a beautiful, beautiful, poetic book in itself. But you're not going to get much outside of that unless you apply yourself, unless you do the research, unless you do the, dig. And yeah, it's going to take digging. It's going to take dedication and hard work.
Absolutely.
But if you do that, read it every so often. Go back and read it again, and go back and read it again, and go back and read it again. And I promise you, every single time you read it, it'll reveal something else to you.
Absolutely. It's a living word. And I love how occultists will write like that. You know, I've had, some Christians on here, and I've talked to a lot of Christians, and, they'll go through it, and, a lot of occultists will agree with me. The Bible is a really awesome piece of occult text, and if you read it, it's like that. It's like a living word. It's like, oh, and I explain to a lot of people, well, a lot of occult practitioners write in the same way, and so it's funny to me, an occult practitioner can pick up a Bible and understand it way better than most Christians, for real.
Because we're trained to read between the lines. The most prolific things that will ever be spoken to you are the things that come to you without words. Or being able to read depth into the words. It was the Bible. God said, or Jesus said, I'm the Logos, right? I'm the Word. God spoke existence into spoke reality into existence. He said, "Let there be," and there was. Even within Thelema, Thelema as a whole is the word of the new eon. It's funny how much word and thought is a focal point in all religions, be it mystical in nature, occultic in nature, or even fundamentalist in nature. There's a truth that is told over and over and over again. You just have to be willing to receive it.
Yeah.
The Bible again says those who will see, or who are meant to see, will see, and those who are not meant to see will never see.
Exactly. Yep, you gotta have the eyes to see, man. I love it. For real. It is like a safety measure. Really neat one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the thing is like, I have a friend, a colleague of mine, who never took any sort of lodge initiation or temple initiation. And he is so far advanced. And it tickles me because our system was designed for you not to be able to reach a certain point without a mentor or without a lodge. There's certain things that are kept within oral tradition that should never be readily available to the profane. And you might ask me for saying that, but no. And he's transcended almost every snare that was put out there, and it tickles me because, again, those who are meant to see, and I really believe those who are meant to see will see regardless. There are certain people that their mind is just that open, and they're able to naturally see what most of us have to train for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think again, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that, and I've also noticed the people who are naturals at it, without having any prior fundamental training or any, I guess, initiation or teachers, mentors, are the people who are genuine people, really good-hearted people. They have good intentions, and it's it's really wild to me that you know, it's all in you. Like I said, you
The
could.
temple built without hands, brother.
Absolutely, yes. And I love that, man, because it's true. And I think a lot of reasons people who are easily tuned into that, without any training, is because they don't have a lot of walls. They don't have a lot of stuff they built up and, are trying to block out. They're genuine, they're true to themselves type people. The people who are harder to kind of grasp are people who have built up walls, mentally constructed walls to keep them from facing
Absolutely.
who they truly are. That's why a lot of people don't want to do dark work or shadow work, which they should, because they need to balance the polarity. And if you spend your whole time doing light work, you're not going to be that effective because you have to understand your dark side too. And
Carl Jung, one of the greatest psychologists that ever existed,
mm-hmm,
his whole career was built around shadow work and this shadow of self. Again, we don't, whether it be Golden Dawn, Thelema, Rosicrucianism, it's not this or that. It's the middle pillar. It's, balance. You have to, I think, to turn one side or the other away, right? For a left-hand practitioner to say, no, what, that's too Abrahamic or white for me. Or for the right-hand practitioner say, well, that's a little too dark for me.
mm-hmm,
You're missing aspects of yourself. Again, deity doesn't work in these terms of duality. That's a snare in and of itself. They're profane. That's a trap for the uninitiated.
mm-hmm,
We should
yeah,
all be beyond that.
mm-hmm,
Just within our first initiation, you should start to break away from concepts and the snare of duality from the very beginning.
mm-hmm, yeah,
Depending on what kind of lodge you're initiated into, uh, think about, uh, my Masonic brothers. Every initiation that you go through, in some form or fashion, represents death and rebirth.
mm-hmm, absolutely,
Is that not dualistic in nature?
absolutely. And mine, it was, shedding the husk, the old one, and embracing your new life, with as a
Absolutely.
brother, family member. It's almost like you're being baptized into um, complete openness and,
Well, and
there,
I like that term. What does baptism represent?
yeah, death and rebirth to me.
The death
Yeah.
of the old self and rebirth of the new self. But see, again, these are dualistic concepts. You're either dead or you're alive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not exactly how deity works. That's not exactly how any of it works. You can be dead and alive how many times over? You know what I'm saying? That's like when this whole hard-nosed thing against uh gender identity and ethnic identity. Do you really think, especially from an initiate, that's what really bothers me. I'm gonna preach a little bit. Um, do you really think, especially if you're privy to the knowledge of the cyclical nature of life and death, do you really think that your higher self, your id, to quote Jung again, your holy guardian angel, whatever you call the most divine you that there is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think that when they're setting up it for a specific incarnation, that they're worried about your ethnic identity and your gender? Do you really not think that you've been a woman and a man and black and white and yellow and everything in between?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
How do we not understand?
Yep. And
Do you
beliefs.
think
It's,
it's, we're so caught up in anthropomorphizing the deity or our concept of deity anyway? You know, God has to be a man with an old beard, with big beard and flip flops on, sitting on a cloud with his little notebook judging everybody.
mm-hmm.
If God, if the macrocosm is everything and nothing, the zero and the dot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hadith and Nuit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it not our obligation to transcend duality and every aspect of mundane existence, whether it be gender, whether it be racial or ethnic identity, whether it be political affiliation, whether it be, I mean, every single thing that we look at is set up on the concepts of supposed opposites. What is Baphomet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is
Baphomet
really.
is the unification of all opposing opposites. They're not opposite to oppose each other. What does the book of the law say? I have separated myself, or I divided myself for the sake of love. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And in my unification brings, we brings the crown and conquering child. It's through these unifications of oppositions, supposed oppositions, that we we see the new eon manifest.
Mm-hmm.
That we transcend our mortal shells. That we rise above what it means to be human, and become so much more. To be really become, a direct reflection of the divine, a microcosm to the macrocosm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you believe? See, in my experiences, when people come to me, it's like, hey, I've had this past life, this past life, this past life. To me, in my own personal belief, I'm like, that's cool. I've had past lives too. I'm sure you might be able to remember one more than another, but to me, you are me and I am you. We are experiencing this life through different filters, three-dimensional filters, but when it comes down to it, we're the same awareness, so to speak.
We are
And
all reflections of each other.
yeah.
To my closest friends, I usually refer to them, especially if they're initiated. I don't I don't really use the terms Frater and Sawyer. I use the terms of self, a
Mm-hmm.
reflection.
Mm-hmm.
If you think of deity, right, as a diamond, and you chip out an aspect of that diamond, right,
Mm-hmm.
no matter how small, no, or how large, that fractal of diamond is a diamond unto itself.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter what it looks like, it's a diamond,
Yeah.
right? Now you chip out a couple more pieces of it, and they're all diamonds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're all unique unto themselves, but they're still part of the greater whole, right? And if that original diamond wasn't a diamond, then none of the fractals would be diamonds either, right? We may have our own understanding of what it means to be each other, right? I am me, you are you. But in the greater picture of things, right? Especially once we start to talk about transcendence and the immaterial, are we not all part of the monad? And is it not each individual initiate's goal with the completion of the great work to unify stuff with the monad?
Mm-hmm.
Then how
Oh,
can we say that any of us are different from any one? um, Again, this quantum science speaks to this exactly. No, I believe that you can remember as much as you want, but you are I, and I am you,
mm-hmm.
infinitely
Yeah.
throughout time. No matter how it is, we are all reflections of not just each other, and not just different aspects of the divine, but we are all reflections of the monad.
Yeah.
We are all manifestations of the cosmic.
So
That's why love is the law, because you're loving yourself. No, you're not holier than thou because, oh, I don't see this in you and I don't see that. No, you're missing the point. You are loving yourself no matter what the mortal shell looks like, no matter what the mortal shell believes. You, as an initiate, are supposed to be more aware of what it means to be divine, a reflection of divinity, an aspect of divinity, a fractal of divinity. I don't love you because I'm trying to be, anything. I love you because you are me, and you love me because I am you, and we love the divine because we're a fractal, we're a reflection of it, a manifestation of it.
Yeah, you can't love yourself while hating others, because you're hating yourself. You know, you are experiencing, you or everybody experiencing life simultaneously in a way. And I hear a lot of near-death experiences, and it's not like your life flashes before your eyes. It's like your life flashes before your eyes from other people's perspectives. Like if you was mean to somebody one day, you'll get to see what it felt like, etc. Um, and a lot of other wild things. And quantum physics absolutely points and, connects with mystical and occult for sure. And there's this group of, new age like scientists, especially Cambridge University, and the cutting edge, that forefront, the head of science right now is believing in more that there is a creator than there's not. And so scientists who say and try to disprove it are actually behind on their research, and because the forefront of science right now is, from what I'm seeing and what I follow, is pushing for quantum physics and that there is a creator and that the universe is alive and aware of itself, etc. In a way, it is through countless perspectives and beings. And let me ask you this from a practitioner standpoint. I've heard different, ideas and goals, but I ask, what is your main goal as a practitioner? A lot of people will say to break the cycle, instead of coming back here, break the cycle, splinter off. And also, let me ask, do you believe that, energy can't be destroyed or created, constantly renewed over and over and over? So do you think all of our stuff is being renewed constantly, or do you think that everything is expanding, and that's like grand consciousness expanding as it goes? Sorry, that's a couple questions.
This could be a show in and of itself. My goal, I think everybody's goal is to, at the end of the day, is to want to unify back with the monad, right?
Merge back.
But at the same time, like my great work isn't that. My great work is to spread as much light, as much lux as I can in this lifetime. And I can only speak on this lifetime. I don't know what my future lives might bring or my past lives might bring. But for now, I know that I am obligated beyond a shadow of a doubt to spread as much light and love as I can while I'm here. I don't care if I don't make it back to the monad at the end of this life. My focal point is for every heart that truly seeks enlightenment to be a stepping stone for them, a hand up, not a handout. To spread as much light of the cosmic as I can. That's why you don't see my face, not because I have anything to hide, but because my shell isn't what's important. My name, my biological name, isn't the focal point. It's the message of light and love, will and love. That's what's important. That's all I want out of this life. That's the reason I don't charge for anything that I do. Because every person that I get and they say, oh my God, I've never thought about it that way. That's my reward right there.
Yeah.
You can't put a price on that.
Yeah, that's very satisfying. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I would agree.
And then no, I don't. Again, see, I'm. I might get in trouble from some of my fathers and sawyers for saying this. I am not a mystic. I'm an occultist.
Mm-hmm.
I am. I don't. I don't work in the world of variables and subjectivity and belief and faith. I
Mm-hmm.
work, again, to quote Crowley, or well, not necessarily quote verbatim, but our aims may be religious, but our methods are scientific. The scientific, uh, I don't know. To me, because I'm such an analytical mind, uh, I don't have the luxury of looking at things without being able to apply some sort of scientific method to it. That's what I like about magic. Again, if A plus B equals C, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you do this and you do this, it's going to yield this result 100 times over, right? As long as A plus B equals C and you do it accordingly, you're going to manifest the same result.
Mm-hmm.
If it
Yeah.
doesn't work, then
Right.
it doesn't work and you move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even in that failure, you found something that doesn't work. So it's not really a failure. You know not what to do again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, no, I don't believe that energy dissipates. Scientifically speaking, it can't. It transfers into something else, or it becomes something else, or it moves into something else.
Mm-hmm.
Who are we to say that the cosmic is done ever expanding? You know what I'm saying? I think that to sit there and say that it is what it is when you die, like that's mundane. That's
Mm-hmm.
science doesn't even speak to that. Now, the way that we perceive an afterlife or what happens after death, nobody can say for sure, because nobody's been able to die and record it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
That's all subjective. We can all hypothesize, but at the end of the day, they're all hypotheses.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Scientifically speaking, energy doesn't dissipate. It transfers. It moves into something else. And is that not the way that the cosmic works?
Mm-hmm.
And this ebb and flow of creation and destruction, the cyclical pattern, is there's not as much energy in the destruction as there is in the creation?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
I think it's our definitions and our perceptions that need to change. What is
Mm-hmm.
what is energy, and what do you consider it just dissolving? Are you saying that because you're dead, that's it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you not see the creative, the energy involved in both the creative and destructive nature of all things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And for me, science is more of like just a tool system to help you better understand the magics of the universe, you know?
Dude, I agree with that 100%. Yes, sir.
Yeah. For me, it was never about disproving anything, you know? And I love Neil deGrasse Tyson, his quote, doubt everything but deny nothing, you know? Because no matter how much research you do, you'll get to a point, oh, I'm almost there. I might discover the secrets of the universe. Boom, and it goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And it seems like it will always go deeper. So that's
The
why, I might
fool,
have a mentally
the
constructed belief system, but I always try to stay open, and learn as much as I
Absolutely.
can. We're all students forever and always, in my opinion.
The fool will say, we're real. The fool will, celebrate in how much he knows.
Mm.
The wise man understands how little he knows every time that he learns something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can assure you, 20 plus years, I have more questions now than when I first left the church.
Yeah.
But I can also tell you that I've never studied uh, monotheistic holy books as much now, or as much then as I do now. The Bible
Mm-hmm.
is something completely different to me now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that makes it any less prof- uh, beautiful or any less prolific. I've learned so much more from the Bible than I ever did at calling myself, a Southern Baptist.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing with, going back to what you're asking about, my organizations I belong to is, one of them is the ORD, the Ordo, I'm stuttering. The Ordo Rotae Deucalionis, sorry, it's a mouthful. It works a lot the same way. We are very, 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 very progressive, and not because we're trying to be, liberal or anything like that, other than the simple fact that we don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
And the minute that you start to set up these different parameters, right, and these different borders, for lack of a better term, is the minute that you start to deprive yourself of true gnosis.
Mm-hmm.
The ORD, the one thing that we try to teach is we don't have a focal or dogma. We don't work dogmatically at all.
Mm-hmm.
We work within a paradigm, and it's both Greek and Thelemic in nature. But we really all right, so for example, one of the main deities that we do touch upon within the ORD is Prometheus.
Mm-hmm.
And what it means for him to have stolen the fire from the gods and give it to us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this isn't done dogmatically or from any sort of fundamentalist perspective, as much as what it means both esoterically and symbolically.
Mm-hmm.
And what does it mean to have the light and be able to give it to other people? And that's the one thing I really appreciate and respect about the ORD is it's each initiate's obligation to spread as much light, as much flame as from Prometheus as we all possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
And we do that not saying that this is what you believe or I'm better than you because I know this,
Mm-hmm.
but it's done out of compassion, out of love, out of understanding that we are all fractals and reflections of each other. And for me to love myself, I have to love you. And for me to love you, I have to love myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm obligated to myself, i.e. you, to see you succeed as much as I'd want myself to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. And I like the quote. I don't know who it's by, so you have to forgive me on that, but it's something to the fact of, I searched for God in the universe and only found myself. When I searched for myself, I found only God. And I love that. I love that so much.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's profound.
Yeah. And, there's a lot in it. Um, yeah, absolutely. Yep. And like I said, I don't deny anything. You can come to me from any belief, anything, as long as it's not like too crazy, like disrespectful or whatever. But I've even come in contact with some people who are into super disrespectful,
Blasphemous.
absolutely hate, you name it to the extreme. And I've tried to sit down and talk with them because I just try to do that. I'll have my mind open, and that's why I like to bring people on here because no matter what they believe in it for a reason. There's
Yeah.
a reason behind it, and I like to see that, and because I mean, just is amazing. And there's so much out there. There's so much. No matter how far you get, you'll always find more. And we will never know 100%. And so, I never
Would you
try to
want to though?
see. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man, because I feel like I have known at some point. I bring this up a lot, but let me go into it real quick. One DMT experience I had one time was I was blasted off through a black vortex that turned into a tree. And I was flying through this motherfucker so fast, and I was inside of a tree, a big tree, wood, everything. And then these bundle of thorns start flying at me, and it starts ripping me to shreds as I'm flying through them. And I could feel this. It felt very real to me. And I realized what it was doing. It was ripping away every mentally constructed wall I had, every part of me that I had, myself, ego, whatever. It was literally ripping all away until it got to the last layer, and it ripped it away. And the last layer of what it meant to be me and human. I had no memory of being human, living my life, having kids, absolutely anything. Didn't remember any of it. I just was nothing, formless, pure thought, pure awareness. I knew nothing, but I somehow knew everything and realized that I had lived life and done everything there is to do and done it twice and lived through countless perspectives. I lived through wars, through murders, through whatever, you name it. And as a cosmic being, I was lonely. It felt like I was super lonely. And if you are a god and there's no other beings and you're like that, I feel like I'd be lonely. Maybe lonely is a human, constructed thing anyway, but it felt like even though I was pure awareness, no emotion, human emotions in me, I still felt lonely. So that was the only emotion I had. No hate, no love, no nothing. I wasn't scared, no nothing. It was just, I was alone. And I feel like then I fractaled myself down into countless, countless perspectives and started all over again. And to me, it felt like, holy hell, I'm going to live and die and live and die and live and die through wars, through horrible accidents, through you name it. But it feels like it's all building on to a bigger force, teaching a bigger force, like it's getting smarter, if not. And I felt like I was God that didn't even know who he was. And so I believe that we are all God trying to figure out what he himself is, because he might not even know. Does
Well,
that make sense?
yeah, from two perspectives. There was a movie that actually touched on that a little bit. I can't remember the name of it. It's an older movie. Where a god had created his own world and manifests himself in that world and forgot that he was God.
Oh, snap.
And the whole movie is different aspects
Please
of.
find that. Send it to me.
I'll look it up. I promise you. But the whole movie's different aspects of his divine nature, trying to wake him up to the fact that he is God before he traps himself in this mundane plane. And
Holy
at the
shit.
end of the movie, he understands that he's the creator, but is so in love with his creation that he can't separate himself from it.
Yeah. And that's the love. Holy shit. Send me this movie. Yeah. Yeah.
I can't remember. I'll look it up and find it. I've
Yeah.
seen it one time and I was like, I can't remember. I was a kid. That's one of the things that got me looking into the occult.
Wow.
Oh
That's,
man, I'll find it and I'll look it up for you.
I want, yeah. And I honestly believe that's kind of how it is. And yeah, and imagine you're a cosmic force, and let's say you do feel lonely. Maybe you are lonely, because that is the only human emotion that kept with me was me. I was alone. I was alone in the universe. And so, imagine being a force like that and completely alone. And then you create, splintered off versions of yourself, somebody to interact with, and different aspects of yourself. You would love it. You wouldn't want to separate back into just, you know, in a way, because
I think that speaks on to Libra Al when it stated that I've separated myself for the sake of love.
yeah. Well, yeah, I said earlier that has a lot of truth in it. A lot of people won't even realize it. And yeah, man, you just gotta spread it. And you gotta show people. Don't force it to them. You can lead a horse to water, can't make them drink. But nothing wrong with leading them. Definitely. And
Well, I think there's a difference between love and compassion. And unfortunately, love, look, the brain can only understand, like we can say, well, that's not what I meant. You know what I'm saying? But uh, the brain can only understand one definition for each word that it learns. Okay. Now it can understand different variations of that definition, but it's the core definition. Whatever it's programmed to understand that word means, that's what that word means to the brain, right? We use the word love to describe how we feel about our children, how we feel about our family, how we feel about our spouse, to feel all the way down to how we feel about our favorite candy bar. And we wonder why the word love means so little, right? Now think about compassion, and love in its core essence is one of the most selfish, self-serving words that are feelings that we can feel, or emotions that we can feel as humans. I love you because you've done this. I love you because you look this way. I love you because you've done X, Y, and Z into my life, right? Now think about compassion. When you see a bum on the street, right? A homeless guy, a homeless gal, and you take them a cup of coffee, or you take them a sandwich, right? It doesn't, do you care if you give them a dollar, you care if they're going to go to 40 with it? Do you care what their politics are? Do you care who they voted for? Do you care what church they went to, or what synagogue, or what mosque? Do you care what they said about you 5 minutes before as you're walking in front of them? Does any of that matter or apply as you hand them the sandwich? No. See, love is selfish. It's taking. It's what you can give me that makes me love you. But when every act is an act of compassion, will change the world. Because all the other variables, everything that makes us who we are as mundane, self-serving humans, falls by the wayside. I don't need to know any of that to act compassionately towards you. That is giving love. That's what is meant and by the book of the law. Love is the law. And see, again, that we need to think of love as initiates, as people in the know, as aspirants, adepts, whatever you want to call yourself, as compassion. Because love is taking and self-serving. Compassion is sacrificial and giving. I don't need you to be related to me to act compassionately toward you. I don't need you to be my sexual partner to act compassionately towards you. I don't need to know what you're going to do 10 minutes from now or who you're hanging out with to act compassionately towards you. And I think having kids taught me that the most. It's because I have a son who's autistic, and seeing the world through his eyes. Because like you can't tell him someone's skin color. My best friend in the whole world is an African American guy, and you cannot tell him that he is anything different than my son. My son, that's his uncle, and that's all. Like you literally cannot. His autism, the way that autism affects his brain, right? The way that it manifests within his cognitive faculties, does not allow him to see the difference. He just loves. With all of his heart. He can walk by someone in the mall and walk up to him and like I don't know where he got it from, but he'll say, are you my teammate? And that means like his best friend, right? You're gonna be my best friend. If you say, yeah, this little dude's gonna sit down next to you and we're gonna talk about anything you want to talk about. He doesn't even want to talk about himself. He wants to know what's on your plate.
Wow. And
I'd watch him year after year after year, and nothing changed him. He just loves. And I was like, what's different about him than what's different than the way we love? And I sat and I really started looking at it and analyzing it, breaking it down. And every act that little man makes is an act of compassion, not love. He is compassionate. And that speaks volumes to me. It's making me emotional thinking about it. Because, like, if really honestly, if we really truly acted compassionately with every action that we made, we could change the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I love this nation, or I love this political party, or I love this president, or I love this, or I love that, that we have created our own divisions. We are our own biggest enemies and too damn blind to do anything about it or see it ourselves. Because that takes self-analysis. That takes the ability to say, you know what, I was wrong and I'm sorry. Let me act compassionately towards you now.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Let me ask you something. On compassion and, let's say, empathy, do you believe that is a spiritual thing that follows you outside of this husk, outside of this, three-dimensional form also? Like, does it go with you? And
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
okay.
I think the most, if we could explain divinity, right? What divinity is, I think it's pure love.
Mm-hmm.
You don't create something out of hatred.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't. I don't. I just. It's,
Have you
again, this
heard?
could be a whole conversation in and of itself. Yeah, I think if you were to define the cosmic, the only way that you could in human terms is pure love. And I mean that from a compassionate standpoint, from a giving nature, not the selfish take. I love you if I love you because, you know,
Yeah.
even when you read the Bible, God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son. Now, if we think about that from, a fundamentalist perspective, and that being verbatim what happened, historically speaking, objectively speaking, that is what it is. How much love would you have to love the entire world that you would sacrifice your own son?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can say that I'm wise and I'm an adept and I'm this and I'm that, but I don't know that I could love strangers down the road so much that I'd let my son be tortured and crucified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I think the only way that we can conceptualize or anthropomorphize deity into a way that we can understand it and its true nature is the cosmic is love, the most selfless, giving, compassionate love that there would ever be. That's the divine.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you about empathy, because I watch and read a lot from Terrence McKenna and people of the sort, a bunch of different psychedelic enthusiasts. And have you ever heard of stoned ape theory? How
Yes,
it's where empathy possibly came from our ancestors, humanoid eating psychedelic mushrooms through generations and generations, and it kind of had an impact on the brain, helping develop their sense for
frontal
empathy.
lobe, wasn't it?
What was that?
The frontal lobe, I think, is actually what was supposed to be developed from the Stone Age theory.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while, but yeah, and it's wild. And I don't know about like your fraternities or anything, and if they deal in any type of psychedelia or whatnot, but a lot of practitioners seem shocked when I tell them that, psychedelics have been in a practitioner's arsenal since the beginning of time as a tool,
Well, look no further than Crowley.
Yeah, I mean, he went, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, they taught him how to incorporate psychedelic alkaloids into ceremonial magic and a lot of stuff. It's like a lot of people don't know. I like to bring it up. It's funny. Do you know why witches are depicted on brooms?
Like me, brother.
They would apparently take different plants, belladonna, Jimson
Oh,
weed.
you're talking about the what they call it, the flying. Oh,
I'm not sure the name,
there was a
but they
term for it. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
yeah, they'd make this oil out of it. if they were to eat it normally, the toxic effects would harm them, if not kill them. And so to bypass this, they would rub it on a broom and they would straddle it and administer it vaginally. That way it would bypass any negative effects on the stomach, but they would get the psychoactive effects. And they would do this and like trip balls and feel like they're flying and everything else. Have you heard of the Oracle of Delphi? I think is her name.
Know thyself.
She would sit on a stool, man, and inhale the vapors and the fumes that would come up from the grounds and hallucinate and have visions and all this stuff so profound that kings, armies would come to this person to get counsel before going to war. That's how influential it was. And
See, I'm probably going to get flack for this. Oh, but I like DMT. I think. Trying to think how to word it. I don't think there is a recreational purpose for DMT.
you don't think it has any significance?
Not recreationally. I think it forces your third eye open.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's initiation of the flesh at its finest.
Mm-hmm.
There's it to me. DMT isn't a recreational drug. It's a spiritual journey,
Mm-hmm.
and you can say the same about a lot of different hallucinogenics.
Mm-hmm.
I think they thin the veil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I see them as in like a tool, and definitely you can reach
Exactly.
these states of awareness without them 100%. It's almost like not like a cheat. It's kind of like a shortcut, and necessarily it's not good. I can see what you're saying. Um, and yeah, a lot of like, see, that's what mostly got me into what I was doing when I was first initiated. I had a wild experience, and it blew my mind wide open. And ever since then, I've been searching and
See, and
doing
that's
work and everything
I,
else, you know.
I can't say that like
Oh,
I'll sit there and eat mushrooms or make mushroom tea or nothing like that just to kip back with the homies. But like I think they have a very, very, very strong place in the spiritual.
absolutely. Yeah, I would never use a psychedelic substance for anything but that. They're definitely not party drugs.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like
ab-
DMT. I don't think you could hit it one good time and blast off and then have fun with kit back and play video games with the boys. Like I don't see that being even a possibility.
Absolutely not. You can't even
um
do that. I mean, if you're microdosing like mushrooms or something, maybe, but why even waste it? You know, I understand mood enhancement, but coming from a psychonautics perspective, that's a wasted journey. You can go all in, get that wild experience, and not have to do it again for a long time. But I don't
come
like.
back with gnosis. What is the gnosis by definition? You know what I'm saying? Is that not the same thing?
Yeah.
So you didn't black fast for 3 days, and you didn't meditate for 4 hours, and did you not bring back the same thing that I would have through hours of practical application?
Mhm. Um, Well, see, I don't know. I think that depends, man. Tibetan monks have been able to, develop these breathing techniques, these postures to allow, for DMT to be released. And I've done a lot of research into it. My main study is biochemistry, especially psychedelic biochemistry, and incorporate it in ceremonial, ritualistic type settings. That's like my
Yeah.
main passion and love. And I've been able to reach these states of awareness without any psychedelic substances, just from these practices that's been being done for thousands and thousands of years.
What I was saying is how like you think about those like a monk, right? How many
Hmm.
years do they spend training
Hmm.
to reach that effect?
Yeah, yeah, a long time, absolutely.
Now you go, the psychedelic route, and you have a nice blast off. Did you believe anything beforehand? Are you confined to having to believe in something esoteric in nature beforehand?
Mhm.
Are those are those mechanical elves just going to show up?
Yeah, man. I've actually been with some atheists who went through their first experiences and they came out very spiritual, you know?
And that's my point. Is yeah, there. I think that there's an undeniable, again, objectively speaking, there's an undeniable fact that especially with hallucinogenics, they have a place in the ritual circle.
Mhm. and and it's wild, like you can get to these states without them, and it scares me, and it scares people when they see, holy shit, they can get to where they're getting closed-eyed, open-eyed visuals, auditory hallucinations, you name it, your subconscious is merging with your awake conscious, and it's a scary thing, especially when you didn't take a little tab or anything to induce it. It's your mind and breathing and oxygen.
There was a
Get
doctor who did it back in the 50s, 60s, or 60s, 70s, and 80s. I cannot remember his name to save my life, but he actually like from he's a psychologist, and he went and cataloged, alpha, theta, uh,
Mhm.
and everything between brainwaves, and compared, like, again, like you were saying, like, mantras and breathing techniques and meditation,
Mhm.
and was able to, in a lab, produce the same wavelengths that these hallucinogenics were.
Absolutely.
Exactly the same. And it's
Uh,
scientifically, like, proven, quantifiable, objectively speaking. It's there. I
yeah.
hate not having his name now.
And what got me mostly into breathing techniques is actually Wim Hof. I don't know why I get made fun of when I bring him up. The Iceman. He does a lot of ice endurance and
Yeah.
take cold showers every day now because of it, and my breathing techniques. But I love it, man. And ice exposure, it's great for your hair, your skin, your overall
I was
mental.
gonna say, nothing's gonna make you focus on your breathing more than a cold shower.
You are not wrong. And I'll tell you what, nothing wakes you up in the morning than a cold shower. A cup of coffee strong won't even do that. Um, absolutely, man. Um, yeah, it's great, and um, yeah, absolutely. I've been doing this one breathing technique I've been learning. I can't remember the name. It's a strange name, hard to pronounce, but you incorporate these breathing techniques with a certain type of yoga type posture, and you breathe for 20, 30 minutes constant, and you fluctuate between different types of breathing, and you build up so much pressure and you oxygenate your blood so much, and then when you get to a certain point, you squeeze your fists. You're in the lotus position, also your legs crossed.
Mm-hmm.
You sit up straight, and you squeeze your fists and you push down really hard. And you know how you can, like, lift your balls, squeeze your taint, clench your ass. Do all of that simultaneously while squeezing your fist down. It didn't work the first time. First couple times it didn't work. And then it worked. I felt it cold. You ever get an IV and it's cold going in your arm, get fluids or anything? It was like a cold liquid going up my spine. And it scared me and it stopped and went back down. And I kept doing it, kept doing it, kept trying for days. And then eventually I did it, did it, did it. I think it was like 25-minute long because I was listening to the video. And I did it. I went and I blew all air out of my lungs because you can hold your breath longer after doing this with no air in your lungs than with air in your lungs.
Oh,
So I
wow.
blew all air out of my lungs, emptied my stomach, vacuum effect where my stomach went in and everything. And I did that, squeeze, push. I felt cold shoot up my spine, coat my entire cerebral cortex, and I got the craziest open-eyed and closed-eyed visuals for as long as I could hold my breath in that retention. When I let the breath go, the visuals just faded out. And it blew my mind open. Like, holy hell, you can reach these states of awareness with nothing but oxygen. And yeah, it's amazing.
Well, I think that there's a lot to learn from Eastern mysticism and like the Tibetan practices.
Mhm. You know, I've heard a lot of people, you know, in the cult, they're either trying to accomplish gnosis and enlightenment in one lifetime, and the other group are trying to accomplish it in multiple lifetimes. Where would you see yourself? Maybe the multiple lifetime?
Ah, I think it's a little bit egocentric to say that we're capable of learning everything in one lifetime. We don't necessarily know where we are in the overall scheme of our spiritual evolution,
Mhm.
but I identify very much so with Faust and the story of Faust.
Mhm.
Um, I will. Knowledge is my ultimate drug. I'm addicted to the search of knowledge.
Mhm.
I, like the moth to a flame, will search out the light, even if it comes at the detriment of my mortal shell.
Mhm.
There's
I like how you put that.
there's nothing that I wouldn't do within myself to gain knowledge. Now, I would never do, you know, my personal opinion, the highest form of real black magic is for any one will to use their will to impact the will of another.
Mhm.
But within my microcosm, within me, there's nothing of me that I would not sacrifice for the furtherance of my knowledge.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that's goes back to Faust, you know. Uh,
Mhm.
if there was a Mephistopheles that I could sell my soul, um, yeah, there's knowledge. There's my thirst for knowledge is unquenchable.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'll never have enough.
Mhm.
But do I think that it's attainable in one lifetime? Absolutely not. I think for the higher self, um, the actual process of death and incarnation or reincarnation is something to be learned of in and of itself.
Yes. Absolutely.
I think those lessons transcend our mortal brain. I don't think that we might be able to pull some knowledge from it, but I don't think that lesson's for us to learn as a mundane creature.
Mhm.
I think that's privy to the higher self, especially once you get in terms of its cyclical nature to be reincarnated over and over and over again. Um, how can we even really conceptualize the lesson that is being learned if we can't remember or feel what it is to be millennia old or hundreds of years old, or you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yes, so no, I will search for knowledge every under every rock, behind every bush. Like there's nothing that I consider taboo.
Mhm.
But to sit there and say that I can attain it all in one lifetime, I think is egocentric.
Yeah. I would agree. Absolutely. Yeah. And that in and of itself is putting yourself in a box, you know? Um,
Absolutely.
yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. It's just scary to think, man, that, man, you might live over and over and over constantly. But then again, you're probably doing it now simultaneously, you know? And I don't know
Are
if
we
my
not?
consciousness is going to be kind of put into another person's. I'll probably be just a completely different form of awareness, maybe. I'm not
Well,
sure,
are we
you know?
not all reflections of the self? Uh, think about what I don't know if you how closely you follow quantum science right now, but that this whole thing with the what is it coined? The ancestral simulation theory.
Hmm.
in which we're basically like a Sims game, all running, you know, infinitely. That's it. Kind of incorporates the many worlds theory, concepts and theories behind like singularity and superpositioning and quantum entanglement, all into one thing. Where to sit there and say if a civilization is able to create a program in which the program itself doesn't realize it's a program, is mathematically improbable to say that it hasn't done it already or won't do it.
Yeah.
That being said, we're able to do so. So what's the odds that we aren't said program? Now, from an esoteric level, does that not echo
Absolutely.
what it means to be a fractal of divinity? Are we not all reflections of self being ran through our own simulation all at the same time? And as initiates, this is something it's supposed to be known. You know what I'm saying? Is, again, we're all different facets of the divine, all running simultaneously through this life or the previous life or the next life.
Yeah.
I don't think that's that far from the truth. I don't think that I'm this may be my ego speaking. I don't think I'm necessarily a computer program. I don't think we're in a Sims game. But I think that on an esoteric level, there's many commonalities that can be compared and shared with said theory.
Yeah, absolutely.
If one person has created this program to run every possible variation, every possible variable, right? If every action is a wave function of potentiality, right? And only becomes a result when it's either seen, observed, quantified, or measured, right? And so this program runs through all these variations to see what could happen at any one given point in time, right? Is that not what we are?
Yeah.
And is that not what we are in aspects of being fractals of the divine?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we go through every possible outcome, and we have probably multiple times. I was reading a science article, probably from this quantum physics page I follow, and they were saying how it's theorized or added up mathematically that if the universe was a googolplex across, which is like a size, a diameter, it would be impossible for there not to be an exact replica of you in this earth somewhere else in the universe, because all possible outcomes, all possible variations would have happened at least 2 times over if the universe was that big. It's a theory, I think, but I think they kind of prove it with math. I'm not sure. But
well, that goes back to Schrodinger's cat. Is it alive or dead? Or is it in a state of alive and dead until the box is opened?
Yeah.
You know, you can even go to the double slit experiment, in which a photon is fired through the laser through either one slit or the other, and we can
observe different.
Exactly. We can hypothesize where it would land, but until it lands, it creates a wave function, right? Of every possible variable that could exist for that one photon at any given point in time. Now, this is quantifiable through science. But it's not until it's been observed at its solution, at its landing point, that it collapses into the singularity and is thus the dot on the sheet, you know? Are we sitting there for any one result to exist? Every other possible result has to exist.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think that I'm the only me and this is the only planet? No. But that's not absurdity speaking. That's not, insanity speaking. That it's scientific in nature. Really, honestly is.
Mm-hmm.
Is the cat alive and dead at the same time? No. But for that box to be open and the cat is to be dead, there has to be another universe for that cat to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
Quantum computers talks about the same thing. For a bit to be 1 or 0, right? What makes it the difference between quantum computing and classical computing is in a classical computing system, the bits are 1 or 0. It has to be one or the other, right? What makes quantum computing quantum computing is the fact that that qubit is now 1, 0, a combination of the two, infinitely speaking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But for it to be one thing or the other, however that bit is a qubit is calculated, it has to be another something else somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
The creator of D-Wave talks about it.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that created some of the first quantum computers. For quantum computing to exist on its most basic level, you have to have quantum tunneling, superpositioning, quantum entanglement. Everything exists. For any one thing to exist, it has to exist infinitely over
Mm-hmm.
to exercise all potentiality. You can't do that on one plane.
Yeah. Kind of like if you have, one flame, the flame can't be the first flame unless there's a second flame already in existence, because then it becomes.
Exactly.
So, like, God, let's say God is, collective, one being, let's say we're all one consciousness, ultimately. So there has to be another somewhere else, right? Um,
There's this little fella. He's a young guy. He's one of the. They're calculating him to be like the most intelligent person on the planet. And they asked him about God, and he said, part of what science says is God doesn't exist, and then part of what science says is God has to exist. But here's the thing: is for every universe that God doesn't exist in, there has to be another universe that God does exist.
yeah.
And I'll do that infinitely.
Mm-hmm.
So even our concepts of uh, the cosmic, of divine intelligence, of collective consciousness. How many collective consciousnesses are there? How far does the fractal go?
Mm-hmm.
What is the macrocosm of the macrocosm?
And a lot of
Who are
Darwin.
we to say in all that we know as creation, we're not a marble to another one? You know what I'm saying? That's like what's one of the MIB movies actually did talk about. I think it was the first one. When the movie's over and it's zooming out and you see all the Milky Way and it's in that little alien shooting a marble.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
don't
I know.
I don't doubt that that's very far from the truth.
Mm-hmm. It is truth in plain sight, my friend. They do it all the time.
Yes, sir.
You just gotta have the eyes to be able to see it. Um, yeah, man. Yeah. I knew this was gonna be a good conversation. Yeah. And also, I tell other people this too. Like, this doesn't have to be the only time you're on here. If you want to come back, completely different set of topics, that's cool too. We have a couple people that's been on before that's gonna come back on. Like one, they want it centered around H.P. Lovecraft and occult fiction type stuff, and then the other one wants us to go into like extraterrestrial entities, beings, psychedelic entities,
Well, we
and
can do all that.
cryptids
I'm
and.
down for all that.
Mhm.
especially extraterrestrials.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
And
what is extraterrestrial by definition? Outside of our
yeah,
terrestrial sphere, right?
yeah, yeah.
So does that not mean that divinity and everything that we conceptualize of the ethereal is not extraterrestrial by definition?
Yeah, yeah, that is true. Yeah, but yeah, man. Anything as long as it's occult related, spiritually related to something like that. I want to talk about it. I want to get people from all over on here. And like I said, it's hard to get people to come on and talk, especially live in such an exposed way. And a lot of these practices are super secret, private, personal. And they don't want to share it. That's why I like our little group chat we have, because then people can get a feel for us. We can get a feel for them, fill them out, become friends, video chat throughout the day, messaging. Then they become comfortable with the video chats. Once they become comfortable with video chats, talk them into a podcast, and they're on board usually. And so, try to get people to step out of their comfort zone a little bit, and not be
That's
so.
the initiation of the flesh at its finest.
Mhm. Yeah. Um, yeah.
People seem shocked when I tell them that I'm an introvert by nature.
Mhm.
But it's because I forced myself in different situations to have to come out of that shell that I've learned to be able to come out of that shell.
Yeah. Same with
Um,
me.
I think
Yeah.
it's part of our path is to continuously think outside the box and push ourselves outside of the box.
Mhm.
But I also think that that's how we'll propagate the most light, the most love.
Yes. Absolutely, my friend. And that's one reason I take cold showers too, believe it or not, getting out of your comfort zone. It sucks the first couple weeks, but then it becomes a habit. And if you can force yourself to be in such conditions and still level-headed and a clear mind, same with retention of breath, certain foods, drinks, and even retention of sexual fluids, if you can control, I picture reality as like a big plate, a big RPG, a big game, and emotions and bodily shit is your freaking tools and the shit you got to get around and work through, and master. Um, and
Utilize them, don't let them utilize you.
yeah,
What is the saying? A wise man learns to control his emotions, for if not, his emotions will surely control him.
yeah. And that's how it is, man. And I've noticed that most human beings are, not fully aware of their own awareness, and they're ran and controlled by their three-dimensional stimuli, their emotions, their, these primal feelings that just, yeah, like you said, it does. It controls them. Eat, sleep, work, reproduce, go home, whatever, entertainment.
And do you
And that,
really think that that's what our entire existence is supposed to be, is to work 40 hours a week, pay taxes, and vote every couple of years? Do you really
absolutely.
think that's what the divine had in store for us?
Mm-mm. I feel like we've been enslaved
And that's
majorly.
one thing that like I've always had a hard time doing, is like I've never been able to get comfortable with the white picket fence and, you
Mm-hmm.
know, working my 40 hours a week and paying in my 401k.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot, no matter how much I've tried, no matter how much I've denied myself, I cannot make that my life. I cannot be okay with that.
And a lot of people will do it and say, oh, well, ignorance is bliss. They're more happy not having to worry about things.
It's
And I can
true.
understand
I've
that.
that statement makes so much more sense to me every year that I go in, because believe you me, I'd much rather be okay with it. I really would. I wish you know what I'm saying? Like there's times when you're like, um, this is a blessing and a curse.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I
Because
think,
ignorance is bliss. You don't miss what you don't know. You
mm-hmm.
don't long for the things that you don't know are to exist.
Exactly.
But now that I'm there is no going back. Once
Mm-hmm.
you look into the abyss, understand the abyss looks back into you. We don't get to walk away from this.
I'm realizing that because I've tried. I've legitimately tried
Oh, I have
to
too.
stop research, go about my job, go to work, come home, do that. There's something in me, something pulling me to create this group, to create these chats, to bring people together. And dude, I'm a socially awkward person naturally, and I'm the last person that would be getting on a video. But I'm doing it to kind of push myself out of my own comfort zone because I have a
Well,
deep
funny you
feeling
say that, because you've heard me stutter all the way through this video. I have a huge stuttering problem, I always have.
yeah,
But I will not let that be what stops me from spreading light and love. Like, there's nothing, I don't know how to explain. There's nothing in this world that can silence me. There's no physical or mental limitation, no roadblock that you can put in front of me that I will crawl across hell on hands and knees to propagate
mm-hmm,
both love and light to the end of my being. And guess what? I'm probably going to do the same thing in the next lifetime. That's
yeah.
I can't
And
even
that's
conceptualize anything other than this.
Yeah, and I love that. And you want to spread it and you want to share things. And I hate it, occultists who want to hide and keep everything secret. Some things, yeah, because there's a reason behind it, but it's not for necessarily evil reasons like a lot of people are trying to do nowadays. And it's so sad, dude, because I want more people to be open and because there's so many people I could bring on this podcast, dude, and they would blow so many minds and probably help so many people if they heard it, but they don't want to come on because, some type of three-dimensional factor, what they look like, they're a little shy, whatever. There are certain things that hold people back, and I realized that was one thing holding me back too, because if I really want to be more interactive and build something, not everybody's going to develop a trust for you if you're just texting. You can feel emotion behind text, but not as like video chatting or something.
No, and the thing about it is, especially for me, because I come from a very, very, very analytical perspective, I come across very cold through my texts or through writing someone. You can't tell someone's intent.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell someone's tone unless there's an emoji that follows it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And being able to look somebody in the eyes,
Mm-hmm.
or being able to hear the fluctuation in pitch
Mm-hmm.
can mean all the difference in the world at how a conversation goes.
Yeah.
To sit there
Absolutely.
and to read somebody that's trying to be sincere and pour their heart into something will never ever yield the same results as being able to look them in the eye and see them tear up. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Or to feel them, because like I speak with my hands,
Mm-hmm.
and like there's a lot that you learn through
Me
someone's
too.
body language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely.
And as
And
far as things being secret, I think, again, I'm probably going to get flat. There's a lifetime of information that we can give without ever betraying obligation or oath. At the same time, the things that I choose to keep secret, that I'm bound to keep secret, are not for the profane.
mm-hmm.
Every time, you got to think about it, every time that a groups came together and said, you know what, we're going to give it to everybody, all of it, full force. We're going to do this. You have Demo Lay burned at the stake. You have the Salem witch trials. You have, you understand what I'm saying? Every single time that a group has tried to come together and said, look, we're going to do this, the mundane world lets us know why we don't.
Mm-hmm.
It's not us that attack us. It's the world as a whole. It's ignorance is bliss.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever tried to look at someone that's close to death and said, look, Your God, the way that you define him, doesn't exist. But I can offer you something much more beautiful. Because I did it before. Because when I came into this knowledge, before I took my first oath, when I came to a certain aspect of knowledge, I wanted to give it to everybody. I just would preach and talk to anybody that would listen to it. And some of the most open people that I've ever met who weren't ready for this would fight you tooth and nail. You could hold the evidence in their face, and they were, those who are meant to see will see, and those who are not will never see. So is there an element of what we do and the things that we're taught and things that we teach that are meant to be secret? Yeah. But it's not because we have ill intent. It's not because we don't want to give it. It's because for the most part, the masses will never, ever accept it, nor do they want to.
Absolutely.
And every time we do that, so it comes at the cost of our lives.
Yeah. I've noticed also when occult fraternities, they're trying to keep something secret, at least in my experience, they don't lie. Never, never lie. Never put out false information either. They simply misdirect. Misdirect you to something else, but never lie. That's just my experience, and I think that is amazing because you can't.
Well, here's the thing: it's even in the misdirection. Is there not truth to be gained from it?
There is. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Are we still not giving out something for nothing? Now think about each initiate. Like I said, I've dedicated my life to this. I've dedicated money to this. I've sacrificed. I went through a divorce for this. I've lost the closest people to me for this. Do I feel that Joe Blow off the street should be privy to the same amount of knowledge that I am? And this may be egocentric of me, but no, I don't. I think that you should be willing to sacrifice, and I think you should be willing to apply yourself, and I think you should be willing to be loyal, and I think you should be willing to be able to keep your word by your oaths and obligations. That's what people don't understand. Is I'm not keeping this oath to keep you out as much as I am proving that I am a man of my word, and my promise that I made upon my initiation means something to me. If I can't keep my promise, if I can't keep my word, then what kind of man am I? If I can't keep this grip between me and my brothers and my sisters, who am I?
Yeah, I love that. You know what I really love about this interview, my friend, is that you're so enthusiastic about it. It's not like it's a chore or a hassle to have to sit down and explain this stuff. You want to, and you can definitely feel that even through the stream. And you were very structured, and I feel balanced. And I think you were, becoming in line with your will of wanting to, your true will, your higher self's will of wanting to share information. And I think you are, man. I see it every day all over your Facebook, That's what pulled me in, you know. I love that people
Because it's not.
structure.
It's not
Yeah.
anything that is self-serving. I can promise you that. I probably give away more knowledge than what I'm supposed to. And every day I wait for a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
But this is my heart. This is all I know. This is all I ever want to know is how to give. I don't want anything back. I don't want monetary gain. And I'm not trying to look, because I said that, I'm not trying to look like a martyr or a saint. I really don't care if my name is ever mentioned.
I was about
Because
to say.
me, as this person, is immaterial. It does not matter.
Yeah.
It's the message, the light, and the love. That's all I want to be remembered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, never once have I seen you self-promote in any way whatsoever, you know, only promoting your life's work, and that's freaking awesome, you know. Um, and it's cool that you don't seek gain from it. Your gain is, you know, fucking the satisfaction of it, you know?
Brother, I've
Yeah.
tried everything in my power to not be successful. Very few people know my name. Very few people know who I am. Very few people know what I look like. And up until this show, I could count on one hand to the people that's ever heard my voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think because I honestly, wholeheartedly have want nothing to do with it for my person.
Mm-hmm.
I went from 600 followers to almost 2,000. I'm at 1,900 and something right now on that one Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
That was 2 weeks.
Damn.
I think that when love is out there to be loved, when it's compassion, it's magnetic.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at my page, there's Freemasons, both A and F, and uh, clandestine. There's Rosicrucians from all sorts of different orders, not just AMRC.
Mm-hmm.
There's polytheists. I hate using the word pagan. The word pagan actually came about from referring to rural redneck people in England.
Oh,
And
wow.
I don't call any of my polytheists ignorant or backward
That's,
at all.
tell me that. Sweet.
Yeah. But yeah, there's polytheists, there's monotheists, there's esoteric Christians, there's Kabbalists, there's Hermeticists, there's Satanists, there's Luciferians, there's atheistic Satanists, there's theistic Satanists.
Mm-hmm.
But we have all gathered around, not me, but the message of love and knowledge, of light and love.
I love that.
And as long as we let those things be the central focal point, everything else, again, is immaterial.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what your path is. You have no idea how many times I've gotten a message, well, I think this guy might be, I think this guy might be a Satanist. Or I think, you see him, he's a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? Before it's all said and done with, those two people are chopping it up in the comments,
Mm-hmm.
agreeing with a lot more than they're disagreeing with.
Yeah.
As long as we look, as long as we propagate the word of the new eon, being do what thou wilt, and love is the law, brother, everything else will fall by the wayside,
Mm-hmm.
100-fold. There's no room for failure when you stop including self.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah. You know, people also kind of misinterpret, you know, do it that will also. A lot of Christians, especially I've talked to, be like, oh, that just means do whatever you want and have no repercussion. Just like, no, 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 no,
I
no.
was just having. In fact, I'm about whenever we get off of this call, I'm about to have to have that same argument because it's not a free ride to hedonism or selfish desires.
Mm-hmm.
When understand when we say do what thou wilt, will, philema is the Greek for will, just like agape is the Greek for love, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not your 93s, everybody, in case you don't follow, the study of Gematria. when we speak about do what your will is, we're talking about the highest will of the highest aspects of yourself. What it means to complete your great work.
Yeah.
To find the highest drive in you and make that the focal point of your life. That doesn't come at being lazy or giving into mundane hedonistic desire. That comes through discipline, dedication, loyalty, and an unquenchable thirst for higher knowledge. How many times have you ever met an undisciplined Thelemite? For us to be, you know, this whole concept of doing whatever we want. How many times have you met an ignorant Thelemite?
Personally, not many.
Not many.
Not who are actually legit. I have met several newer people who are getting into it thinking it's one thing, but it's really completely different. And so it's almost offensive when, you know, you have somebody who says that they're following that path, and yet they're doing the opposite of what they need to be doing, and they're looking at it in a completely
They can only study. They can only read the holy books for so long before it slaps them in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true with the whole path. The path is, you know, to become Illuminati or Illuminatus, which is the singular of the plural. People don't seem to realize that Illuminati isn't one thing. It's a plural for the individual Illuminatus, which it means to be enlightened or the enlightened ones, illuminated.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is no there. You can't buy what we give.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have sex to the point with as many partners as you want to gain what we give.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everything that these fake organizations that claim an Illuminati use our names and our symbols and use our terms, and they do an injustice, not to the individual, but to the name as a whole.
Yeah.
What it really means to be illuminated. And that's one thing I've gotten a lot of flack for, is I enjoy, I take pleasure in outing these people. Because I think it's our moral obligation. I think it's our oath to not allow this to be what's propagated in our name.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a very real Illuminati. Yes, I'm saying it now. There is Illuminati. There's one capstone. It doesn't matter who you are, Rosicrucian, Freemason, Thelemite, Polytheist, wada. If you're in a true vein of illumination, there's but one capstone. And just like we all become one with the monad, there's only one fraternity, there's only one brotherhood. And I mean that not in context of gender or the genitalia that's attached to your physical body. I mean that as the group that is Illuminati. And we owe it to them, to us, to everybody that we've taken oath with, to not allow that trash and that garbage to be what's misconstrued as us. And I will fight them every day to the end of my days. You will not confuse me with them or any of my brothers or sisters ever, as long as I have breath in my lungs.
Yeah, it is becoming quite prominent on Facebook, I'm seeing. We as like just a page are getting all kinds of stuff, you know, even privately messaging straight to me wanting to join the Illuminati. I'm just like, my friend, not the right place.
I actually made a post about it not long ago because it stays in my DMs. How do I join the Illuminati? Let me join the Illuminati. I'll do anything to join the Illuminati. Well, you really that dedicated to being quote unquote Illuminati? Do like the rest of us. Start at the
Exactly.
bottom.
It's
Show
that.
dedication. Show loyalty. Work.
Yeah.
And when the time comes, they'll reach out to you.
Exactly.
If they so choose, they'll reach out to you.
Yeah.
You won't ask your way up. You won't buy your way in. And that for every person out there that thinks that they can do it, it makes my skin crawl. Because I've dedicated my life to this. And I don't seek that title. And I don't think that there's an Illuminati member out there that calls themselves Illuminati.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's one member in the Illuminati that says this was my goal.
Because it's kind of making a mockery of it, legitimately. I mean, you can't take something serious when it's portrayed in such a unserious manner. Like,
It is. It's 100% laughable. And I can't. You can say whatever you want. You can call me whatever you want. You can tell me I'm misconstruing oaths and obligations by taking these people on. No, no, no. I'm loyal. I take my oath seriously, and I will protect my brothers and sisters at all costs.
Yeah,
As long as I have fight in me, I will fight for them. Period. Say of it what you will. I seriously, I really don't care. As long as there's fight in me, I will protect the capstone. Period.
I want your opinion on this real quick. I've heard some people talk about the Illuminati, and I've brought this up before actually, and how it's propagated in such a way, it's like a mockery, it's like a joke. And well, one person told me it's specifically designed that way as a cover, or so people don't believe it. I don't know. What's your opinion on that? Probably not. It's, like you said, no a member would actually say, "Well, I want this," because it's a joke.
It's like, all right. So there's a lot of Rosicrucians that say if you ever meet a Rosicrucian that says they're a Rosicrucian, then they're not a Rosicrucian.
I see what you're saying.
So, which is kind of contradictory to me saying I'm a Rosicrucian. I am a student of Rosicrucianism.
Yeah.
Just like the Illuminati member, Illuminatus, would say, I'm a student of Illuminism. Now, is there a certain level of misdirection? Of course there is. What secret's supposed to be kept secret? But also, let me ask you this. If you'd spent your life, as you are, dedicated to the path, sacrificing everything that you could to make sure that you kept perpetually going in an easterly direction. And understand what I said just now had things that I didn't say. Would you not find it offensive to be invited into that and to look out after everything you said and done, everything, the years and years and years you spent on this path, and the sacrifice and the dedication and the sleepless nights stuck in a book because you couldn't put it down? Would you not find your own moral obligation to defend the capstone?
Absolutely.
Would you be okay with looking out and you see join the Illuminati. We'll promise you riches, as they use your symbols. They use your name to propagate the exact opposite of what it means to be Illuminatus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely not.
And is it not our job and our obligation, both as the illuminated and those that are in the outer courts, to protect the capstone at all costs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say it is.
The truly invisible lodge. Now, see, I'll probably get a slap on my wrist because I've spoke far too much on things that probably shouldn't be spoken about.
Mm-hmm.
But it's time.
But in a way, though, you put it in such a way, probably a lot of people wouldn't grasp it until they need to grasp it, you know?
Exactly. But it's high time that people got their information, not just about the Illuminati, but as us as a whole,
Mm-hmm.
from someone besides Alex Jones or Bill Cooper or any of the conspiracy theorists.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to tell you, we don't have orgies. We don't eat babies. We don't sell off membership. You can't bid your way into us. You can't blackmail your way into us. We are, always have been, and always will be. We guide humanity from behind the curtain. Always have. Always will. At the end of the day, we can lead them to the door, but it's up to them to walk through. But understand, we're the ones leading you to the door.
Mm-hmm.
Unequivocally, unquestionably. The GWB will always be here, and will always, 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 always be the guiding light. That's what it means to be the capstone.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as they are, we are, and I am, I will defend it with my life. Period.
That's understandable. You should. Absolutely.
Especially with the likes of Alex Jones out there on his little radio show and podcast
Mm-hmm.
talking about garbage. You know who was closest? I brought him up already. To the truth of things? Bill Cooper. And Bill Cooper got so wrapped up in things that he was privy to knowledge he should have never even got his hands on.
Mm-hmm.
But it drove him a little bit crazy. You can only deny the truth for so long before it starts having an effect on you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you think that Illuminati really went out there and killed him? Or do you think this dude got so wrapped up in his own conspiracies and his own way of trying to justify and explain and digest truths that were beyond him that he made himself a little paranoid?
Absolutely. I can
Because
happen.
I can tell you, I know thy enemy.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you he fired shots first when the police came up there to do a wellness check. Would he have been dead had he not shot an armed officer of the law? And who does that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, really? But yeah, we'll see if the Illuminati did it. Because we have nothing better to do than just go hunt down the one dude on the radio show out in Texas or wherever talking garbage. Do you really think that's how the capstone operates?
Absolutely not. Much more swift than that. Yeah.
Do you think if the Illuminati was really hard-nosed on him, if he was really wearing a target on his back, you really think he would have been able to make it that far to begin with?
Yeah.
Come on. We're talking about guiding the entire world through centuries of life. We're worried about you, Frank? Get out of here. You must think real highly of yourself. That's egocentrism at its finest.
Yeah.
It's horrible, disgusting, and you just yuck. That's garbage. If that's just as stupid and as mundane as sitting there and saying you can buy your way in. Or you can spread your legs enough to screw your way in. No.
Absolutely not. You know, that's one thing that kind of really got me into tantric practice. You know, people don't realize it's not about just getting quick nut off. You know, it's way more to that than what it is. And I hate it when I see a practitioner who is so completely just wrapped up and drowning in his own lust. And it's hindering people from being able to reach their true potential, you know, for real. I mean, because like you said,
how much of the practice is not giving into ejaculation?
I know. And, you know, ancient statues are usually depicted with small penises, man. That's a symbol in itself that they thought with their mind, not with their dick, you know? And, I hate it when people are just they waste it. That's your life force, man. You could be manifesting great things with it, and you are literally wasting it. And
well, that's like you talk about, you know, bloodletting or sacrificing life or another, you know. Why do that when what you contain within your own orgasm is just as, if not exponentially more powerful than hurting something else?
Yeah, I agree. And you know, people need to get control of their emotions, like you said, or they will control you. Because especially the sexual emotion, being sexually frustrated and lust, it can, and I've seen it do it to other practitioners. It completely pulls them off the right path, you know, and you're easily manipulated if you're easily manipulated that way, you know, in a lot of things. And so, yeah, man, that's one thing. Don't bend your will to others' manipulation. I like that shit a lot.
Well, it's like Crowley. Crowley said, you know, every man and every woman. This wasn't Crowley. Let's say Iolus. Let's say I think it was actually in the first chapter. So it's in the New Week, right? Every man and every woman is a star. Now, if we think about what a star is, a star has an orbit or an elliptic, right? And every star has its right to its own orbit or its own elliptic. As long as that orbit or that elliptic, your will does not infringe, alternate, or manipulate the orbit or elliptic or will of another star.
Yeah.
We talk about terms of, you know, white and black magic and, like, you know, Enochian being angelic magic and like the Goetia being demonic magic and blah, blah, blah. Black magic, you know what black magic is? When you use your will to influence the will of another thing, not even human being, just creature, anything. When you, and that's, see, I was brought up around root magic. The one influence I did have, I came into when I was about 17, 18. Some of my family married into a different culture, and they used some of them used root magic, Afro-Caribbean, Latin root magic.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a family member that would sacrifice goats and chickens. And let me tell you, what they did was strong.
Mm-hmm.
You could walk into a certain area of the property and you could feel it. You didn't have to even know anything was going on back there. You could feel it instantly hit you. It felt like walking into a wall, like you're walking into a fog almost. You could feel it on your skin.
Yeah, like a thick, yeah. I've worked in a lot of fast food restaurants, and when there's a lot of grease, it's thick. You can feel it in the air. And
Exactly the same feeling. You can feel it on you.
yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you what. That was black magic. Not because what's being cast, not because the intent or the energy, but because you're using your will to affect the will of the spirit or the livelihood or anything else of that next living creature. You have no right to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And we could get on and talk about what it means to be an omnivore versus being an herbivore. And we can go all the way through that. Really, honestly, we could work all the way through that.
Mm-hmm.
If you use another's life for some sort of self-serving purpose, let alone some form of gain of self, then that's black magic.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Crowley wasn't talking about using, killing off, what was it, 1,000 kids a year or several hundred kids a year because he's out there killing babies.
Mm-hmm.
He's using his seed.
Mm-hmm.
Any real practitioner will tell you that there's more energy to be utilized and to be had in one's own self than ever affecting or influencing the will of another living creature.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I think that's deplorable. I think that's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to use, and that's the thing, like I've seen, and I've utilized ritual that called for bloodletting.
Mm-hmm.
The Mass of the Phoenix speaks volumes to this.
Mm-hmm.
But when you do the Mass of the Phoenix, whose blood are you using?
Yeah.
Your own. It's the practitioners. You're not going out and chopping up something like that. That's deplorable. It's disgusting. It's vile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. And like you said, you contain everything you need within yourself.
You're an entire universe. What does it mean to be a microcosm to the microcosm? It's all in the definition, man.
Mm-hmm.
The greater
Yeah.
universe and the smaller universe. You contain everything that there is in the entire cosmos within yourself. Why go outside of self? You're missing the entire point of what it means to be illuminated.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. It's all within you, man.
You are the pathway to the temple built without hands.
Mm-hmm.
You are God. You're a goddess in your own right. Because you are a reflection, a direct reflection of the divine. And God said, let us create man in our image. And yes, that's a verbatim quote. It says our. Go look it up. Prove me wrong. I dare you.
Mm-hmm.
First off, who's our?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I digress. And creating man in our image, that says all that you'll ever need to know about the relation between the macrocosm and the microcosm.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I love how you utilize that, because a lot of occult practitioners will try to stray away from anything to do with Christianity, the Bible, anything, blah, blah. But I've noticed the real ones who have done their research will often sometimes even go to it, because it is a good piece of occult text. And there
It's
is.
amazing, a piece of occult text, especially in its entirety. And that's one thing it trips me out about fundamentalist Christians, is you'll base what you conceptualize as your soul and what you conceptualize as an ever after eternal life on a book, on one single book. You won't do you don't know anything about the history of the book or its lineage or its ancestry of the faith. You don't utilize the book in its entirety. How many Christians have you ever known to know what the book of Enoch is?
Yeah.
Or the Gospel of Judas?
Mm-hmm.
Then you say things like, Jesus referred to himself by the same names and terms that we refer to Lucifer, the devil.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody wants to shake. And they'll get all avid and crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But have you not read the same book?
Yeah.
It says, like, you can even have just a regular King James version in which Jesus calls himself, Yeshua calls himself the bright and beautiful morning star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A lot of people get mad when I bring up he was possibly a practitioner himself.
Jesus was the most ascended master.
Yeah, I mean, like the Bruce Codex and the first like teachings, first followers of Christ, they did various rituals, and
Oh,
just
you
kind of.
wouldn't be referring to the Essenes, would you?
Was that
I said you wouldn't be referring to the Essenes, would you?
the yeah yeah
Well, and that's like, whether Jesus has to be allegorical or physical.
mm-hmm.
Does it matter?
Yeah, true. I've heard the stars. Yeah, um, yeah. I mean, I've
Is,
read
is
the.
every religion not in some form of fashion solar phallic worship as a whole anyway?
Yep.
And what better to personify in our never-ending need to anthropomorphize and humanify the deity? What better personification of the cosmic could we have than our own sun?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And even at that, we can get into terms of Saturn and the black sun, or as the Germans termed the Schwarz Sonne.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it, it's immaterial. Does the story of Jesus, of Yeshua, of the Pentagrammaton become any less beautiful if he's not a physical human?
Yeah. Not really.
No, not really, not at all. And then the entire concept of God creating a human versus a human becoming God.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a see, and again, I'll probably get slapped on the wrist, but I'm more than happy to go over resources
Mm-hmm.
and source material with anybody who would like to debate. I'm of the school of thought that if capitalized if Yeshua was of a mundane nature, then he was born of a mundane nature and became divine. Because in that we have the goal of every aspirant that will ever live, has ever lived, and will ever live.
Yeah, man, people are not supposed to worship Jesus. They're supposed to walk as he did, to that path of enlightenment. I mean,
You think Yeshua want to run around calling himself the Christ?
Absolutely not.
What does Christ mean?
Anointed one, right?
Yeah. Yes. Why do you think that's part of my name? Not because I think I'm myself Jesus, but because I understand what it means to be anointed, to be the Logos. It's not this mortal shell that matters at all. It's the word that's being perpetuated and propagated. It's what it means to be the Logos. Do you really think if Jesus really existed in an immortal shell, he'd want anything of his name to be mentioned? You think that's what he wanted, was to be remembered for all eternity, so we'd all argue over whether he was will or not? Or do you think we're completely missing everything that he represented?
Absolutely. And it makes me think of a meme I seen one time. And it's like, if Jesus ever came back to Earth, you really think he'd want to see a bunch of people wearing crosses? And it's like if JFK came back from Earth, you would really think he'd want to see people wearing a sniper rifle around their necks and worshiping it? Probably not. Maybe respect it and, try to follow
Is
and
that not idolatry at its finest?
man, and
Did the Bible not say not have no graven images of me?
yeah.
And how
And like
on
you
earth do we
about
really believe as a collective species that this Jewish born Hebrew man had blonde hair and blue eyes? How is it that we've propagated the idea of our Messiah and our Savior as an Anglo-Saxon European, as a Hitler Youth at its finest? How deplorable.
yeah.
How disgusting.
Yeah. And like you were saying, about your image, you don't promote yourself at all whatsoever. You promote the message. I feel like that's what Jesus would want also, like you were saying. Like straight up.
So too. And like, oh well, we don't have any pictures of God or Jesus, right? You've turned the cross into its own idol worship. And I just did a lesson on this too. For all you Christians out there, understand that the idol you choose to worship is not your own. It's very, very pagan in nature. And I'll be more than happy to educate anybody that would like to debate that with me as well.
Yeah.
Be careful of what you coin to be truth. Especially if you've only confined yourself to the word of man.
Yeah, limit yourself in a box. And I had a discussion with one person. He kind of took everything as like a Gnostic take on crucifixion, and he doesn't even believe that Jesus was killed. He believes that it was actually symbolism for him rising his ego upon the cross and crucifying it every day. That was a really interesting discussion. That was before we recorded these, so that sucks. But I'm gonna start doing more of these.
I think it's allegorical. I'll go ahead and say it. And I've just recently done a lesson on this as well. But if you look at it in the context of solar worship, right? In fact, in the early translations from the Hebrew to the Greek to the Latin Vulgate, sun was actually originally S-U-N, not S-O-N. He was never referred to the Son of God. In fact, it exists in your King James Bible several times over where it says someone refers to him as the Son of God. And he says, you call me the Son of God, but I am the Son of Man. Son of Man. Son of Man. I can't say it enough. Son of Man. S-U-N, Son of Man. Think about it. Really think about it, especially as an esotericist.
Mm-hmm.
As an esoteric, if you approach it from an esoteric Christian or Kabbalistic perspective, where does Jesus sit in the tree of life? Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
What planetary sphere or celestial body sits on this on the sphere of Sephiroth of Tephareth?
Mm-hmm.
Soul, your son, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus walked around with 12 disciples. Is it coincidence that we have 12 zodiac 12 signs of the zodiac?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody know what the precession of the equinox is? You know, do we understand as polytheists, pagans, Wiccans, whatever you want to call yourself, do we really understand our solstices and the equinoxes? Because what happens between November and December? The sun dies. You know, we go from spring or from summer to fall and to winter. It just so happens to take about 30 moon phases. Jesus, the Son of Man, is portrayed for how many pieces of silver by Judas?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what other name Judas was known by and representative by? A scorpion.
So. Oh, really?
Do you know what constellation that we sit in between November and December? Scorpio. So the scorpion betrayed the Son of God for 30 pieces of silver.
Yeah.
As he walked around with his 12 apostles, right? Or 12 disciples, right? Now check this out. From December 21st, I think it is, to December 24th. Hold on. Yeah, maybe 22nd. 3 days, right? The sun reaches its apex on the horizon 1 degree less for 3 consecutive days. The Son of God dies and is crucified for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happens on December 25th? And has anybody ever questioned why December 25th is what we call the birth of Christ when it was never mentioned not one time in the Bible that he was born on Christmas Day?
Mm-hmm.
The sun does this really funny thing in its apex in the horizon. Not only does it not go down another degree, not only does it not sit still, but it raises itself 1 degree under the Southern Crux constellation of the Southern Cross. Your Son of God is betrayed for 30 pieces of silver by the scorpion to die on the cross for 3 days and to be resurrected for the Savior of all mankind.
That is amazing. Yeah.
That's not some arcane esoteric secret. That's just being aware of your freaking surroundings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, does that make Yeshua, the story of Yeshua, or what he propagated, what he was trying to teach, any less beautiful and important? No.
Yeah. In fact, to me, I would see it as even bigger, even more complex, because it's the universe, more than.
Does that not speak on divinity?
Yeah.
Does that not speak on the cosmic on a much grander scale? And it's repeated through all the way through the Bible, though. Joseph from the Old Testament had 12 brothers.
Mm-hmm.
One of his brothers betrayed him. He was killed. Solomon. Have you ever noticed that his name is made up of 3 different words for son?
Mm-hmm.
Soul, Om, and On. We, you know, I've referred to Jung several times.
Mm-hmm.
One thing Jung did was this study and this thesis of terms called, these concepts of archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the archetypes, it wasn't him that did it, but it came after his original theories, was a slain god, what's known as the slain god mythos. There's many, many Christs before Yeshua was ever written about.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. Osiris was what at the age of 30?
Mm-hmm.
Baptized and began his ministry.
Mm-hmm.
He was born of a virgin, Isis. Do you remember how Isis's original name was? What she was symbolized? What the character was?
Hmm.
The hooked M, like Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Bethlehem never existed as a geographical location? But in fact, the early Hebrews used the term Bethlehem, which literally means house of bread, to symbolize and represent the constellation of Virgo, which was a virgin holding wheat.
Mm-hmm.
What is the symbol for Virgo? The hooked M.
Yeah.
You
You see
know,
similarities.
Osiris. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you see a lot of similarities through all time where it's very similar stories. You know, the resurrection, the
Over and over and over and with the same details.
Mithras too. Yeah.
Yeah, Mithras, Osiris. I mean, you can go all the way back to ancient Sumeria and Babylonia, where it wasn't a male even; it was a goddess,
Mm-hmm.
Ishtar, who gave up all her divinity to go into the underworld and to be crucified on not a cross, but it was a stake
Mm-hmm.
for 3 days to be born again and resurrected for the salvation of mankind.
Yeah.
So again, even if Jesus physically existed, do you think that he wanted the focal point to be on him as a mundane being,
Probably not.
or what he was trying to propagate?
Mm-hmm.
Does it have to be a physical body? Does it have to be a male? Does it have to be a Hebrew or Jew for any of it to be any less important? We're supposed to be illuminated. We're supposed to transcend these concepts. But are we?
Probably not how we should be.
And why does it make us so uncomfortable?
I think, honestly, a lot behind the Catholic Church and like Christianity and like I think I've just an idea that maybe some really evil practitioners are behind it, you know, to kind of enslave humanity. Like
It's
they know
funny
what's
you
up.
said that. I love the fact that you said, and I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for this too. I refer to the Abrahamic traditions as slave religions
Mm-hmm.
because every single one of them propagate a dogma in which, if followed the way it's supposed to as fundamentalist religion,
Mm-hmm.
it creates a culture in which your slave owners don't even need to bind you.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to watch over you. All they got to do is promise you heaven or hell.
Mm-hmm.
And what better scapegoat for all of us to be able to go through and say, well, either I did good because, the Lord helped me do it, or I effed up on that one, the devil, old Scratch,
Mm-hmm.
it's his fault. You are responsible for you, albeit good or albeit bad. You are your own salvation, your own redeemer, and your own judge, jury, and executioner. Take responsibility for your actions.
Mm-hmm.
There is no salvation. The temple built with no hands or without hands is within you. Yeshua said it himself. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Bam.
I agree. Absolutely. And yeah, you are your own temple, your own church, your own.
You're all you'll ever need.
You know, 'cause in a way, technically, we were in my like kind of perspective and see it. I feel like we're all alone anyway. Even on a cosmic scale. One force, a lonely force, maybe even.
Let me use this. All right. So if the cosmic is all everything, right? In all its entirety, are we really so naive and so self-serving to think that it has nothing better to do than to babysit us
Mm-hmm.
on this one little ball of dirt? And does that make it any less loving? No. Does it make it evil? No. You want to think about deity in its most basic of concepts? Think of it like this. All right. So you have a circuit, right? And you apply an electrical charge to it. And if that circuit is closed, that electricity is going to follow through that circuit over and over infinitely, right? It's neither good nor bad. It's just doing what it does.
Mm-hmm.
You reach down there and you touch that circuit, what happens? It's going to pop you. Does it make it bad? Does that make it evil?
Mm-hmm.
No. It was doing what it was supposed to be doing. You got in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me ask you this. If an ant walks by this circuit, you think that circuit's going to stop to watch this ant?
Probably not.
No. Does that make it good or evil? No. It's doing what it does. It's doing what it is in its nature to do. It is doing its own highest will.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine deity works the same, much in the same fashion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I had something I was going to ask, but dang, I just lost it.
I'm sorry, brother.
No, you're good. um, yeah, and I see that 100% when somebody is killed or murdered. A lot of people blame the devil or God, and such a force that is so complex even a murder. And I hate it when people say, oh, they dog on Christianity because, oh, you can murder somebody and then, say you're sorry and you're forgiven. That's not really how that works anyway. You have to, your higher self has to be sorry, in a way, or your most inner self has to be sorry, and, man, and
There's things that I've done in my life, even magically speaking, that I've accumulated a certain specific type of karma
mm-hmm,
that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. And who knows how far into the next.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I can understand that. And like,
There
well,
there is there is no there is no there is no apologizing enough for it. I
mm-hmm,
will carry this for the rest of my life.
mm-hmm,
Nor would I want there to ever be a quick fix for it. I don't deserve that.
mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think such a mighty, powerful force, I'm not sure what you did, I can't really make a good judgment, but just saying, do you think such a force, even if you murdered, like, would really hold that against you? Because to it, it is so mundane in a way, It's part of the experience. That may have been part of your experience, and you had to have it to be able to be where
Yeah.
you are,
Uh,
and
got to be careful. Yes and no. Yes, because things happen exactly as they're meant to be.
mhm,
Obviously, there was something that needed to be pulled from that lesson. Otherwise, it never would have existed.
mhm, yeah. I mean,
At the
if you
same
want,
time, that doesn't give you a green light to go out and
yeah,
I really honestly I don't believe in taking any sort of life. I just it's hard. Like it's even when you get into thinking about trees and fruit and like how far does that go? I, I have a hard time with all of it. I lost a child,
sorry to hear that.
that's okay. And part of part of losing that child, I was mad at God. I was furious at God. How could you take my baby? And I dude for years. And I got into some of the deepest, darkest, blackest magic you could possibly ever imagine. Trying to, if God existed in the way that fundamentalists believe, then I wanted to send that God the biggest FU I possibly could. I did the most blasphemous, nasty things that I could possibly come up with.
Mm-hmm,
I wanted no part of that God. And then a situation happened that almost broke me. And in that moment, I realized as much as I love my child, I loved the physical, what that child was, as far as the sharing of my genes, our genetic, shared common genetic traits. Its spirit, I had no claim over. Who am I to sit there and say, well, you took my child? I have no idea what that child's spirit, what point in its spiritual evolution or its cycle of death and incarnation and reincarnation, it was it. That has no, I have no bearing over that. And how selfish am I to sit there and say that I do?
Mhm.
And how naive and vindictive is it to blame the cosmic for allowing that soul to do whatever that soul needed to do?
Mhm.
Do I miss my daughter? Yes. Will I ever be the same afterward? No. She was my everything. She completely changed my life. But so did her death.
Mhm.
And so did the point when I realized that her soul was never mine to begin with. So, do I believe certain things happen for a reason? Yes. I think everything happens exactly as it's supposed to. I think there's lessons to be learned in all of it.
Mhm.
Do I think that that gives us the right to go out there and do whatever we please? No. If that be the case, then what makes us any different than the lion or, any animal? Not to quote LaVey, but are we not more carnal? Are we not more animal than those that walk on all fours?
Mhm. I would say so.
Yeah. We are capable of all the evil we will ever know.
Mhm.
And understand, it always comes from a self-serving perspective. You can't honestly love something or let love and compassion lead your life and willingly affect the will of anything else. It's always when you're trying to serve yourself that we are capable of the most evil.
Wow.
Do you need hell to exist to understand that this is your hell? This is all the hurt. This is all the sorrow. This is all the torment. This is all the pain that you will ever know. And if you don't open your eye, you're doomed to repeat it over and over and over again. But
Damn.
understand that pain, that hurt, that loss is all created by us. We don't need no devil. We're all the evil we'll ever see.
Yeah, I love that. That kind of gave me a flashback for a second. Had me in a daze. Um, that was it's pretty strong. That's awesome. Um, especially when it was the whole doom to repeat it over and over. That had me in a trance because it was putting me in a part of my mind. It was like deja vu, and yeah, it kind of scared me just now a minute. But that's good. That's exciting. Um, holy shit. And that's just, man, structuring more of my foundation on that belief because I do believe that's how it is. Wow.
You know, we sit there and we the way that the Bible's taught, right? The way that Christianity is taught is these threats of brimstone and fire. Gehenna fire is actually the original reference. For one, to accept Christianity, you have to accept Judaism. One would not exist without the other. In Judaism, there is no hell and there is no heaven, right? And the reference to Gehenna or Gehenna fire was actually a place. It was a ditch out just past the city limits, in which they would dump all their garbage and all their bodies and all their feces and all their waste material, and it would burn forever. It was always constantly burning fire because there was always more stuff to throw in on it. That's where we get our concepts of hellfire from. I'm telling you, as far as an eternal damnation, it is your soul's inability to quit the process of incarnation and transcend the mortal shell that keeps you here, and this is your hell. This is your eternal damnation, as long as you keep your eye shut. And as long as you willingly go through life after life after life with your eye shut, notice I keep using singular eye. It's for a reason. Then you deserve every bit of hell that you will live on this endless cycle of torment.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, a lot of ancient depictings, especially like Dante's Inferno, hell is earth, you know, different stages of earth, you know, and I can see this as like a big ultimate challenge for spirits, maybe even, you know, experience, building character, as you say, maybe, you know, and if you don't make any progress, you're just gonna keep having to do it over, and then again, and then
You're
again.
going to do it over and over and over again until you learn whatever lesson you're supposed to be learning. I promise you that.
So let me ask you this. I don't know if you know or if you can even say if you do, but I was going to ask for one, how do you transcend? I know that a lot of this is the main point of what we're all trying to figure out. But two, if you transcend, is there any point in time where it's time for you to come back and learn another lesson? Or do you have to literally go through countless, every possible life on Earth, and then, I don't know.
All right. So the goal of the initiate is to become the Christos, right? The Christ, the anointed. To become as perfect a reflection as a microcosm of the macrocosm as we possibly can. That being said, there's a point on that path of evolution that to be godlike, you can't have a mortal shell anymore. Do I think that's when the lessons stop? No.
You just go into another form of it.
Does energy ever dissipate? No.
So
How do we attain that?
do you believe if you break the cycle or let's say, you know, some practitioners want to break the cycle, you know, not necessarily merge with the all, you know, the collective grand hooch, you know, I mean, do you think you just go into another like form of testing, just like a fourth dimensional or fifth dimensional, another life, and you just keep building on constantly until you've built up enough to where you might be even your own
Yes.
driving force, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But I think I think that the higher self, and now this is subjective, right? This is me saying this, not anything that I represent with any of the organizations or anything that I've learned. This is me.
Understandable.
I think that the higher self is propelled in this direction of evolution
Mm-hmm.
in such a way that it's in its own current, right? Like referring back to the electrical circuit analogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can't stop our drive of evolution. It is in our nature of what we are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think once we transcend all ideas of what makes us us, right? All these egos, then what's the point of not becoming one with the cosmic?
Mm-hmm.
Because everything that we could sit there and say, well, I don't want to disillusion or dissolve into something else because I want this for me. Da 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 da. These are all selfish notions to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
These are all their ego speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So once you finally shed all aspects of ego, what's left for the fractal other than to become whole with the monad?
Mm-hmm. See, I would agree. I mean, I don't see it as something negative merging back in, because I mean, that's all you know anyway. That's technically you in a way. And yeah, like you were saying, those who want to break away from that, that's an ego-driven, selfish seeming, endeavor. And, I feel like they're just dooming themselves to repeat over and over and over. They do.
If you could be the cosmic or you could be the demiurge, which would you choose?
Cosmic.
Who would rightfully choose to be the demiurge and not be so for a selfish notion?
Hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And if that's the case, have they learned all that is to be learned?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Especially once I mean, even if you look at the individual, if you look at it from an individualistic perspective, would you rather only remember one life or all of them?
Damn, all of them.
All right. So how could we ever? And again, if we're all fractals of the same divinity, you being a reflection of me, me being a reflection of you, how could we all know all aspects of self?
Without merging. Yeah.
Is it not the collective of fractals, of facets that makes the whole?
Hmm. So let me ask you something. I like the way you put it into a diamond. I love the way you put it like that. And I had another guest on here who kind of put it in a way of fireflies. You're looking out in the field and you see them light up, one light up here and then disappear, you know. Imagine that like souls or the diamonds, all right? Do you think when a diamond or a firefly goes dark, it dies. If it merges back, do you think eventually all the pieces of the diamond will be whole again, or do you think they're constantly renewing, interchanging each other, and one replaces the other right after the other, etc.? Um, or do you think there'll be like a great crunch at some point where like everything gets kind of sucked back and I don't know.
Part of me would like to say yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but for one thing to be born, right? For one thing to be manifest, whether it be material or not, that does that not set us on a loop of the infinite?
Mm-hmm. Dang, why does it
For
gotta be
one,
infinite?
what's that?
So why does it gotta be infinite? I
Everything
feel
is
old,
infinite.
man. I'm only 23, but I feel old, and I feel like nothing is much of a surprise anymore. Um, and I don't know if I'm so cool with the idea of constantly being renewed. Once I merge back, I wonder how that's gonna be. Is that just gonna be a constant cycle of itself? I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm going off too and not putting things proper for you, so my bad. I've been hitting my THC pen, so. um, but yeah, like I don't know. Would you want to live forever? And would you, like you was putting it, would you rather remember one life or all lives? What about you, man? Would you want?
I would like to know that however many times that I've gone through trials and tribulations over and over and over again, it wasn't for nothing.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I love the way you put that because I don't want it to be for nothing. I almost feel like it's an open sandbox, and like I said, your emotions are like things you have to master and come up. But like, what is the ultimate? That's what I'm wondering, man. It's just like I had a strong something pulling me hard, wondering just everything, man, and it drives me crazy. I
The
can't even sit.
Buddhists have this thing, right? In which they say, for one to believe in God, initially, God has to exist outside of self.
Hmm.
And then they come to a point and they realize that for God to exist outside of self, God has to exist within one's heart. And in the moment that they realize that God exists in one's heart, God ceases to exist outside of the heart. And then they'll come to a point where they understand for the God to exist inside the heart, God has to exist inside the mind as well.
Hmm.
And the moment that this happens, God ceases to exist inside the heart. At which point they reach nirvana. Because for God to exist inside the mind, everything else ceases to exist.
I see. Wow, I like that. It's like, yeah.
Again, to refer back, quantum science, does the tree, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, does the tree make a sound?
Hmm.
The tree
That's
simply doesn't exist, my friend.
yeah. See, that's why Albert Einstein never liked quantum physics because he said he likes to believe the moon is there whether he's looking at it or not. I feel like he put himself in a box for real. Um,
Yeah. And what's really it's crazy about that is he was a Kabbalist.
I didn't
He
know
called
that.
it, what he called it, quantum science. He called it spooky.
Oh, spooky action at a distance. That's
Yes, yes. From somebody that was supposed to be in the know. With an IQ of 168. Come on, man.
yep.
But therein lies his own lesson.
That is
You know what I'm
true.
saying?
Yeah, true that.
No,
Like,
even when we become one with the monad, does that mean that we cease to the ebb and flow of ever, infinite expansion?
Mm-hmm.
No. No. I think once energy is set into motion, unless it meets an opposing force of equal or greater strength, it's going to continue on that path.
Mm-hmm.
And what's greater than the cosmic? What's to stop the cosmic? What's to stop that ebb and flow?
I don't see how anything could stop it. I don't even think itself could stop itself, could it?
It can't.
Yeah.
Do you think that the cosmic is self-aware?
Well, man, it depends on what you mean. Like,
The minute that you say that the cosmic can identify self, it becomes the demiurge by definition.
yeah, you're right. I see what you're saying. And yeah, and like during my DMT experience, it wasn't like I was God and I knew I was God or anything. It felt like I was everything, but nothing,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And so,
The
in a way,
circle and the dot.
yeah, in a way I was aware, but, yeah, I lost where I was at. My bad. Sorry about that. My brother
Your
walked in.
DMT experience being all in
Like,
everything and nothing at the same time.
yeah, it felt like I knew everything and I was everything, simultaneously experiencing everything, but it also felt like I didn't know what I was, as an entity or,
That's what I'm saying. Is do you think that God goes around calling itself God?
yeah, like I don't
Do
even
you
think he,
really think that the cosmic is self-aware to the point that it
no,
conceptualizes itself as the cosmic?
yeah, I don't think it's aware like that. No,
No, that's mundane thought.
yeah,
Again, that means that we're talking about the demiurge by definition. And at that, if we're talking about the demiurge, then we're still not referring to the all,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
just an aspect.
yeah, mm-hmm.
Now, the demiurge godlike, yeah.
Do you believe that all knows what it is or what its purpose is, or do you think that's the whole point of everything? It's
I
trying to,
think the cosmic is its will at its purest form. It does what it's only can do what, and it's just like us. We can all only do what it is in our nature to do. The cosmic does what it does, not because it's good, not because it's bad, not because it's aware of self, not because it goes around calling itself God,
mm-hmm,
but because it is, always has been, and always will be. And all it can do is in what is what it's in its nature to be or do. I think everything else is subjective.
mm-hmm. That's understandable. Um,
The minute that the cosmos becomes self-aware, it ceases to be the cosmos. You can't be everything and then be me.
mm-hmm,
Does that make sense?
mm-hmm, yeah, yeah, yeah. In a way, though, I kind of feel like it's kind of both, but all simultaneously going on, I feel like,
You're talking about the unification of opposites, and that's exactly what it is. Hadith and Nuit, the circle and the dot.
yeah, yeah.
Is it aware that it's grandiose? I'm sure. But does it call itself God? No. No.
Mm-hmm.
The minute that it says, well, I am God,
Mm-hmm.
it's completely missing the concept of what it means to be God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let me ask you, do you believe that there is an opposing force that is lesser or greater, like a yin and a yang? Or do you believe it's all one, all fueled from the same source? And also, bring up the diamond real quick. Do you think each conscious being is the same size diamond? Or do you think there's different shapes, different sizes, as far as like potential goes? Are we all able to reach the same, or does it depend on where we're at in our trial? Sorry, I'm going on.
No, you're good. All right. So the first part, I just say that the monad, right,
Mm-hmm.
is everything and nothing. That means it has to exist with every again, it's like the wave function. It has to exist within every potentiality that could ever possibly exist for it to be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Can it manifest in different fractals of self? Sure, but so can we.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make it any less of the higher self? Its higher self? No. Again, quote Libra Al when she it says I have separated myself for the sake of love, or I've divided myself for the sake of love. And the diamond as a whole, the allegory of the diamond. The diamond, when it's a diamond, contains all it is and all it ever will be, and that's what makes it a diamond. Now, can we chip out different aspects of that diamond and it make manifest different perceptions and be utilized in different ways? Yeah. Does that make it any less a diamond? No. For deity to be deity, by definition, it has to be all and nothing. It has to be the unification and marriage of all opposites,
Mm-hmm.
both passive energy, active energy, masculine, feminine, white or light and darkness. Otherwise, it ceases to be deity.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think that there's different shapes of diamonds, right? Different potentialities. I think that we're all on different parts of our spiritual evolution as a whole. Do we all contain the same potentiality? We would have to by definition. Where we are within that potentiality is different for each one of us.
Yeah, I can see. Okay.
So will there ever be a point, to go back to your earlier question, that the collective consciousness, the cosmic, is just simply the cosmic as a whole? No. This is infinite.
Mm-hmm.
There may be a child born today that's on its first step of incarnation.
Mm-hmm.
How many lifetimes will it take to be unified with the monad? We don't know. We can't even decide how, we can't even agree with how old the earth is.
Mm-hmm.
And every time we say we found the earliest forms or the earliest signs of civilization, it doesn't take 20 more years, and we found another earliest sign of civilization.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know that any one soul has completed the journey yet at all?
True. Yeah. Why you gotta say that? Damn. That means it's probably gonna be a long journey. I'm only 23 in this life. God.
We say long because we view time as linear. But understand, every time you step outside and you look up at the night sky, by definition, you're time traveling. Because how many light years has it taken for that star to be visible in our night sky?
True that. You're also
Chances are that star that you're looking at doesn't even exist anymore.
yeah.
Do you know when an astronaut spends time in space, they actually begin to age slower than us?
I've heard that, dude. I've heard that if let's say you have a twin and your twin orbits a black hole for 5 years and you stay on Earth and he comes back, you will be 5 years older and he will be the same age because the sheer mass of the black hole literally slows down time. I've also heard that if you stand under the Great Pyramid of Giza with a certain type of watch, time will actually slow down by several like milliseconds or even smaller than that. Um, and, like matter
Time
drags.
is time as a linear concept exists only to us on this sphere, on this earth.
Mm-hmm.
Even within the mundane flesh, the minute you leave this earth, Terra, time becomes irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
And the further you move away from it, the more it becomes irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're the cosmic, or just even your higher self, think about it. The way that we conceptualize the astral plane as time kind of closes in on itself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everything's kind of past, present, and future all kind of converge in on this on a singularity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think your soul, your higher self, is like, whew, I'm tuckered out. I've been at this for 2,000 years.
Yeah, probably not.
No.
Yeah, cause yeah, I can understand that 100%. Even with psychedelics, man, if you're on a breakthrough dose on a psychedelic, you have no concept of time whatsoever.
No, you
It
don't.
minutes and literally feel like an eternity, and that's so hard to describe, you know. Um, so
Well,
I can see that absolutely. I like the way you
even in the
put it.
Bible, God says, I counted the hair, every hair on your head before the day you was born.
Hmm.
Our concepts of time exists only because we need them to exist.
Hmm. Yeah, for the lesson. Yeah, I can see that. Damn. Man. So the ultimate goal is to find peace within yourself while spreading love and knowledge, at least to other people, as much as you can, maybe.
Yes. To become God is become love.
Damn, well, I'm gonna try. You know, that's awesome. And I feel, I've always been pulled to bring practitioners in. I've had my group chat for like a couple of years and stuff, and I've always wanted to do this. And before the group chat, I've just talked to other people, in different groups and pages and stuff before I had my own. And I've always just wanted to bring people together and kind of lay out the information in front of them so they just have it as an option or a choice. So I was like, all right, I've done my part, you know, and yeah, I mean, I guess that's all you can do is just
What does it
try.
mean to live Christ-like?
Huh?
What does it mean to live Christ-like?
I would say selflessly, right? And
And love, love, love.
yeah,
To let people see the Christ through you. Not anything that you say, not anything that you do,
is radiated.
as far as preaching and forcing people to believe a certain way. It's living your life in such a way that people want to know what makes you different.
Hmm. I feel like you can tell people apart like that too, because like man, uh, you can have all the right words to say, but if you're not carrying that current, if you're not carrying that radiating love or energy, that person is gonna go right over that person's head, you
Yeah.
know. And
Well, words, like any other thing, is a tool.
mhm,
And without the proper intent behind that tool, A, it's not going to deliver the message you need it to.
mhm,
But B, that tool you can set in front of someone's feet. And until they choose to pick up that tool and utilize it, it's stagnant. You understand what I'm saying? You can say all that you want. You ever heard the phrase, I can speak till I'm blue in the face.
mhm,
But until that we represent a certain dynamic in which it causes people to see a change, a difference between us and everybody else. We can say whatever we want. Those words are going to sit stagnant.
mhm.
But once you start living in such a way that every act is an act of compassion, everything is permissible through love, that's going to be the only time that people are going to say, I need whatever he's got.
Mhm. Absolutely. Don't tell somebody about it. Show them. Radiate it. And yeah, I like that because it will change you. People will see that. People around you will see that. Um, I had one person on here actually kind of talking about that and how once you reach a certain state in your awareness, you almost have to pretend, almost act a different part when you're around people, because to fit in or blend in almost, like, because it will change you. And, like, once you learn certain
My
things.
friends tell me on a regular basis I speak like I'm Yoda.
Hmm.
Like I'm always trying to teach somebody something.
Yeah.
And it's not that. It's this has affected my life to the point that there's no going, I can't ever be who I used to be.
Hmm.
Why would I want to?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, you're just going forward.
And I'm nothing to where I want to be.
Mm-hmm. I feel that.
I want to be perfect love and perfect will, and that's it. But
Mm-hmm.
understand, to be that means I've reunited with the monad.
Mm-hmm. It is wild to think about, man. My mind is always just, like I was saying earlier, I can't even watch a movie or a TV show most days because the way my mind is, I'm always looking at things in the background too much. Like, I wonder what this actor was feeling like this day. I wonder what he ate. I wonder how much this cost to put together. I wonder how much that shirt was, whatever. If I'm driving down the road heading to the store, dude, if I see a trash bag or a bottle or anything on the side of the road, my mind branches into a million different possible reasons why that bottle could have ended up there. Like it had a journey, or did it appear there? Because I am there. My mind, it's really annoying. Probably have some type of mental disorder or something, but it's always going. And like with my talking too, I'll be talking about something, and man, it's hard because I branch off into so many subcategories and it can get confusing. And man, it's just, I apologize for that because I know my questioning and me asking questions is probably all over the place right now, but I have that problem a lot, you know. Um,
No, I can relate. I digress. You'll hear me say that as much as I say because like there's no one simple answer to anything.
yeah.
There's no nothing's black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Everything kind of exists in an infinite realm of gray.
Mm-hmm.
There, so there's never any one answer to anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just like there can't be any one question that is the question.
Mm-hmm. I like that, yeah. Because I feel like it's questions, thoughts themselves, they spread out like a tree or like mycelium, fungus. And it's like kind of never ending in a way, and it will, man, I don't know. I see a lot of similarities in the universe and mycelium and fungus in general, um, ancient. Um, but yeah, man, that's kind of how my brain works now that I'm thinking about it. Like, picture mycelium spreading out and cultivating, the ground or like a tree limb spreading out.
I
And it
would
does.
think I would think that the most dangerous thing is to have a linear thought.
See, I feel the same. Sometimes my head hurts, dude, though, for real. And, always thinking in deep thought. I guess that goes back to the ignorance is bliss thing. Um, and man, it just, I don't know. Even in meditation, you try to, in some meditations, a lot of them you try to blank the mind, find like a balance. But even then, even though my head is clear of all thoughts, there's still the thought of infinite thoughts. I don't know.
Understand to think about nothing is still to think about something.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Hell yeah, because that's how it is, man. And it's, yeah, I don't know.
The goal of meditation isn't to think about nothing that is impossible,
Hmm.
because nothing in and of itself is still something.
Hmm.
The goal of
Yeah,
meditation is to think about one thing so much that nothing else exists.
yeah, like a focal point. Um, I do that with sigils. You stare at it, try not to, divert your eyes that much, and eventually everything else fades away to nothingness, and you are only seeing that sigil. And it's like
Same
you're
thing with the top lots from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn,
yeah.
or the Veves of the Voodooan practices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So man, I don't. Is there any point in time where there's just no thoughts at all? Because like,
Nirvana,
is that merging back in pretty much though with all?
absolutely.
See, that's what I want. I don't want to stay my own individual self. I want to. I want my awareness to just be expanded amongst everything and just fucking be at peace. That's what I want. Like,
What's more peaceful than just love?
yeah, damn.
What's a better feeling than do something an act of compassion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A state of unfiltered, undying love that is nirvana.
Mm-hmm. But you don't think we could probably reach that as humans in our three-dimensional filters, do
Absolutely
you?
not.
Yeah. See? Fuck. I'm
Absolutely
not
not.
peace in this life. um, but yeah, though.
Understand the need to incarnate is self-serving in itself.
Mm-hmm. And see, me
Our
probably.
need to unify with the monad is the same reason that we're not there already.
Dude, yep. I was about to say, like, yeah, see, me wanting to skip and bypass all my trials is probably one reason why I'm not getting there. You know, instead I should probably just face them, you know, get the experience, learn my lesson, and then go with the flow. And yeah, so yeah, you're right. Damn. See, always learning something new, always a student, you know.
That's why people say anybody that calls themselves a Rosicrucian is not a Rosicrucian.
Mhm,
Because to be a Rosicrucian is to be the monad.
mhm,
You can never truly be a Rosicrucian if you're on this plane.
mhm. That's understandable.
That's why it's more applicable to say I'm a student of Rosicrucianism.
Mhm,
Because if I'm a Rosicrucian, then I wouldn't be here in the first place.
mhm. Let me ask you something. Okay. Um, do you think we shouldn't be using magic? Because does that in somehow, any way, shape, or form, are we supposed to go with the flow, or are we supposed to try to use magic to kind of bend? Well, let me try to word it better. Um, would that be looked
What
at
is
as,
magic by definition?
well, mostly meaning to s- train your subconscious and to, magnetically attract and manifest things in your life, um, you know, but well, I'm kind of answering my own question now, thinking about it, because your true will, your higher self's will, is probably the will of the all anyway. And so, man, never mind. I don't know. I'm paradoxing myself up in a box right now. um, dang, sorry. I got,
Magic is a manifestation of your true will.
yeah.
When you can use your will to affect your immediate surroundings, you just cause magic.
Mhm. Yeah, true that.
Is there any other way to attain godhood than to use magic?
Yeah, can't be.
Nah.
Yeah, yeah, everything's magic, man.
That's why I use terms like practical application.
Yeah, yeah, that's better put. Um,
Everything is magic in one
mhm,
form, fashion, or the other.
yeah,
The rose that blooms in the light of the sun, that's magic.
mhm,
Its will is to be blooming. The tree that grows fruit every summer is performing its will.
mhm,
The rose set upon the cross that opens, that is the manifestation of one's true will. That is magic. The very act of being an initiate in and of itself is magic.
mhm. Damn. So, I guess my last question will be like, I know I've asked this probably a couple times already. Like, what is the soul? Like, what is the point of being fractured down and experiencing life through countless, etc. Um, is it just because the all is lonely, or I mean, like, and I know it's to get one of the main goals is to merge back with it and like kind of this infinite cycle, but
Mathematically and scientifically speaking,
um,
fractals exist because it's a fractal of something else, and it's a fractal of something else, and a fractal of something else exponentially to the infinite power.
mhm.
Would the cosmic be the cosmic if there wasn't fractals of itself?
Damn, this sucks, man, because I feel like you get to a point, you feel like you're getting close, and then boom, it just keeps going, and you're like, damn, it's like you never get a real good peace of mind. Like,
What does it mean to be the alpha and omega? To be
mhm.
the beginning and the end? Does it mean that there was ever a starting point?
Yeah, I
Does it
guess
mean
that.
that there's ever a stopping point? What is a circle?
Damn, that's scary to think about. The fear of the unknown and why. Like, man, man,
Understand that.
I feel like I'm gonna go mad. Dude from the Lord of the Rings. I watched Robert Lee, maybe I can't remember his name. Uh, Dude that played the wizard. He was on there talking. They asked him, it's rumored you have 20,000 books on the occult, and he was like saying no or whatever. But he's warned against it. He said, not only will you lose your soul, but you'll lose your mind. I feel like I could lose my mind diving so deep into this. Um, if you're not careful, man, ground yourself. Maybe I don't know.
Why do you think Crowley died the way that he died?
Yeah, yeah, fucking man. Yeah, because it's just, and I wish I could just accept something, one boxed in belief, and then go about my simplistic, ignorance is bliss life because I might be more peaceful. But then
It
again,
would be.
yeah, because either
But then
way,
you'd be stuck here forever.
yeah, yeah. And so, yeah, man, man, I guess you gotta push through it and like figure out as much as you can, spread
Again,
love.
once you pierce the veil pierces you.
Yeah,
You don't get to know and then walk away from it.
yeah, yeah,
You don't
yeah,
retire from being an initiate.
yeah. I know. And it's like, yeah. It's
Everything that we do prepares us for the final initiation,
mm-hmm.
which is death.
Yeah. Damn.
Understand that death in and of itself is an initiation.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens every time you're initiated and you symbolically die? You are symbolically reborn.
Mm-hmm.
Birth as an initiation.
Man.
The minute you die, you start preparing for your birth.
Mm-hmm.
Everything leads up to the next thing, infinitely. The concepts of fractals can be applied to everything that you'll ever know.
Mm-hmm.
That's maddening.
Yeah. It's like fucking chaos theory, some Charles Darwin, mandala or mandible type stuff,
Yeah.
constantly going into fractal, constant.
Once energy is set into motion, unless there's an equal or stronger opposite reaction, nothing will ever stop it.
Damn. So we're like a ball of energy in a way. The all's like a ball of energy, constantly expanding and growing, but yet always remaining the same size in a way. And fucking, it's like a mandible, Because mandibles, it seems like it's going in forever, but it's kind of not. I don't know, man. That's wild. But why? Damn.
Why?
Once, yeah.
Because if for the cosmic to exist, we have to exist. For the cosmic to expand, we have to expand. For energy to move or be set in motion on any scale, it is fractalized down beyond the
Yeah.
quantum level in the same exact motion.
Yeah. Kind of like butterfly effect, maybe almost. Or, I think that's right. I could be wrong. Um, man. So, do you believe in like the butterfly effect? Do you believe that once energy is dispersed, it won't lose its stuff? Like that whole if a butterfly flaps its wings in the Amazon, that force will eventually build up and go and become a hurricane on the other side of the planet
Yes,
eventually.
100%.
You do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just scientific.
Hmm.
Energy doesn't stop unless it is met by an equal or a stronger opposing force. So if nothing's there to stop that energy, then it's going to grow and do its thing forever.
And there's nothing there to stop it, man. It's just a single fucking solitary flame, right? Constantly being extinguished and relit. I don't know. Damn, man. I just want to know the secrets of the universe and be at peace. But I gotta, I gotta work on things. I gotta work on my emotions, my ego, myself, and look within and hopefully reflect best I can. You
Brings us
know,
full circle to Delphi, huh? What was inscribed on the Temple of Delphi?
I know you're talking about. I can't remember exactly, but
Know
fuck.
thyself, and thou shalt know that thy gods and all the universe
fucking circles, man. Like a
Circles and
snake
fractals forever.
forever. And man, we can't even, as humans in our three-dimensional makeup, probably can't even comprehend forever or the infinite. Or
No.
even what we can feels crazy, you know? Like, God. Oh man. It hurts my head sometimes to think about, because, like, what the fuck? Yeah, man. Um, I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna keep going with my intuitive feelings, my gut pulling me, my higher self pulling me, to keep interviewing people, keep searching, keep spreading what I know and what I can do, and maybe help some people, spread love, propagate a good message, and maybe one day I will be fully aligned and know and just be at peace. That's what I want, man.
You'll find yourself in the monad.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right, man. There ain't no doing it in this lifetime.
Mm-mm. It's not meant to be done in this lifetime.
So do you think it's... I've been into it since I was really young, kind of initiated in like by family members and stuff. But do you think the people who have never even once looked into spirituality or anything, they're newer or just beginning, and people who are kind of born and naturally have an intuitive pull to it, do you feel like they've been here more? Like
Yeah.
how could you tell? I don't know if you know, if anybody knows, but how could you tell how many times you've been here already? Other than just kind of feeling, well, damn, I've been here a couple
I don't
times.
think
Maybe.
that you'll know. I don't think you're supposed to know how many times.
Yeah.
I think that, like when I made a reference to my friend earlier, who's transcended every snare and every snag that he should have been caught on as an uninitiated member,
Mm-hmm.
I think that speaks volumes as to the level that his soul is at.
Yeah.
Or like when
Okay.
you hear somebody say, "You're a very old soul. You're
Mm-hmm.
wise beyond your years."
Mm-hmm.
I think that speaks exactly as to who they are and what place in the universe they are.
Mm-hmm. Damn. The world is.
That's why the Hindus still practice a class system,
Mm-hmm.
because they believe that once you attain a certain level of enlightenment, once you've learned all the lessons that you can learn by being poor, there's no sense in you coming back as a poor person.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you set yourself up for success?
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily agree with that,
Mm-hmm.
but part of it rings true.
Yeah. I guess it's like almost
If
similar to
you're as
what.
enlightened as you can be at a certain point, then why go back to the same life lessons?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can see that. Now, do you believe once we're back in the all, merged back in, do you believe that in a way your soul chooses, like say you're at a fair, and you're looking at rides, okay, I want to experience this or that, or one I've seen a meme one time, and it's like, what if when you die, you wake up and you're surrounded by a bunch of aliens, and you just hit a bong, and they ask, did you feel it yet? Funny shit like that.
It's
Do
true
you
though.
do you think that we're unknowingly put in positions, or did I, as all, choose my avatar, my experience in life? Like,
I
man, I
think
don't.
you no, I think again, when in the Bible it says I counted every hair on your head before you were born, I think it means just that.
Damn.
You know of everything that you're supposed to know. The lessons that you learn in this life were preordained before you were ever born. Everything happens just exactly as it is supposed to happen.
Mhm.
It's our job through this manifestation to learn the lesson that's being taught
Mhm.
at any one given point in time.
Damn, man. I gotta say, this has been pretty freaking awesome so far, man. And I'm just gonna apologize for myself because I know I go in loops, I know I get off topic a lot, and I know I don't know how to word things properly. But, you know, still a student, still learning, and yeah, but I just wanted to apologize for that.
You
Being a
don't have
little,
to apologize for anything. Everything happened in this interview just as it was supposed to happen.
yeah, I feel that. Yeah, all right, that's good. Um,
Everything that was said just the way it was supposed to have been said.
yeah, damn. It is all just like one big infinite experience of everything. And man,
Now think of it like this. You do realize that it's self talking to self, right?
man,
You are the interviewer and the interviewee.
ain't that the truth? I'm talking to myself.
Absolutely.
Dude, my hair just stood up on my arms. Fuck that. Damn. Yeah. Holy shit. I'm alone in the universe. And wow. You kind of just blew my mind there. Because you brought back a past memory that kind of was like a flashback for me. But that's scary, dude. That is scary. Um, why? Why am I the only one in existence? You know, and even since I was young, way before I was even introduced to the occult, I've always had a feeling, like a scared feeling, like what if I am the only one conscious and everybody else is programmed to act based on what I do? And that thought has always terrified me. And in a way, I
Is that
mean,
not exactly what's happening?
fuck.
Again, from a quantum perspective, you do understand the reason that I exist is because you see me and you're speaking to me. I exist because you need me to exist.
Yeah, yeah. Oh shit. Whew, you are blowing my mind, my man.
Welcome to initiation.
Oh man, fuck. That's scary. Isn't that scary? Um,
No.
it's not.
Mm-mm.
But don't you have that fear of the unknown? Like, if
Nope.
let's say you're alone and like you ever been in a pool and as a kid you got this freaking not rational fear of like what if something's in the pool with me or that fear of the unknown. In a way, we're in like a cosmic void of nothingness, singular consciousness, and like you never know. What if, man, that's
In the
scary.
Bible, before God created anything, right? In Genesis like 1:1, what do he say?
I'm not sure. I'm not good with names and exact verses.
And Liber Al, what does the ineffable Lord say? There's no God where I am, only darkness. Before God created the firmament, it was just dark. The abyss isn't some place of hell or torment. It's the void.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So when God is creating things, it's just kind of like he's thinking, right? Just pure awareness.
God spoke reality in existence, right? For a
Mhm.
word to be spoken, what does it have to be first?
Shit. Yeah. Um, Vibration. Uh,
Thought.
yeah. And
To speak is to think.
what the fuck?
That's why it's so imperative to think before you speak.
Mm-hmm.
Because just in the very action of speaking, you create or you destruct.
Yeah, words have power so much. Speak less, listen more. I like that too. Um,
We were designed with 2 ears and 1 mouth so we could listen twice as much as we speak.
mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. And 2 eyes to look with and 1 eye to see with.
Yes.
I like that. Damn. This has been nice talking to myself.
Hopefully your reflection's been enlightening to some varying degree.
Absolutely.
Did you
Yeah,
give yourself some answers?
huh?
Did you give yourself some answers?
I, I kind of think I did. Yeah. Oh
Did you
man.
accumulate more questions from self? I guess that shows a little bit of enlightenment, huh?
Maybe. Man. Um, man. It's also scary, you know? Well, you said it's not. And man, I know you've probably been doing it way longer, but
You have to accept the fact that everything happens just as it's supposed to happen.
yeah.
That's when the fear of the unknown alleviates itself, because it doesn't matter good or bad. Whatever happens just the way it's supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm. And I guess a lot of the fear of the unknown comes with fear of pain and death also, you know, to kind of go in together because like I guess brought up the kid in the pool thing. As a kid, you think sharks can come eat you or something, pull you under, drown you, whatever. And
Pain
then,
is temporary.
yeah. So even if you were this massive cosmic just thought, you know, you are God, and what's there to be afraid of? You know, even if you are gobbled up by something else that was meant to happen, right? And it's like, man,
You can only hurt as long as it takes you to die.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And then
And then even then, time is kind of not even there. It's not.
irrelevant.
Um,
These are, again, it's all mundane thinking.
yeah.
We got to stop thinking of deity and the concepts of deity by the parameters of what it means to be physically incarnated. Do you think deity knows concepts of pain or strife
Probably.
or struggle or time or any of it? Any of it.
I feel it would know it all and yet not at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Man, isn't it just Man, the universe itself seems like a big paradox, something that just it shouldn't exist, but yet it should because it does. I don't know.
It has to contradict itself.
See, why?
Because for any one thing to exist or be a possibility, then its opposition has to exist and be a possibility.
Oh yeah.
What do you think the yin and yang are?
Yeah.
And even look, speaking of fractals, for the yang to exist and the yin to exist, they have to exist within each other as well.
Yeah. Damn. That is freaking wild. So.
Just like the tree of life. Any one sephira contains an entire tree of life complete in itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. And it's like.
Then
Damn.
within that tree of life, any one of those sephira, for any one of those sephira to exist, it has to contain another tree of life complete within itself.
Mm-hmm.
Infinitely.
Alright, so the main goal is to be a good person, stay true to your will.
Good is subjective.
That is true. Yeah.
The main goal is to be love.
Mm-hmm.
And not love in the way that we understand it. Love as in compassion.
Mm-hmm.
The minute you say, I love because, you're already messing up.
Mm-hmm.
If you're really acting out of love, there's nothing that follows it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do because I love. That's it.
Damn. This is wild. Driving me crazy because you were me talking to me, but yet you were also God telling me some shit I need to know, because you don't even know it, I don't think you're consciously aware of what my brain just came up with and kind of had a little epiphany that kind of was related to what you just said. So in a way, fuck, fuck. I don't know, dude. Damn, kind of blew my mind again. Sorry about that. Wow. That's wild. Because you can, and that's how it does happen. The universe speaks through people. That's the whole point. We're like tools of the universe,
It's not
The,
myself that I need to be remembered. It's
yeah,
my message.
yeah, and yeah, you propagate the freaking message, and man, damn. So what is evil, or what is hate?
Evil?
Yeah, and
Evil
like,
is the need to serve self.
mhm, mhm. What about hate? Is that because you hate yourself?
The need to serve self.
Yeah,
I hate you because.
yeah,
You never just say I hate.
yeah.
I hate you because. What does Libra L say about because? I won't give you the answer to this one or your audience. All of you, especially those of you that are Thelemites, go learn what the book says about because.
Let me man. So I'm trying to think of a way to word it. All right. Why?
Why ask why?
I know. Like, oh man.
You already know the answers that you're getting ready to ask the question to.
Yeah.
I can say nothing more than you already know. Does it
Jesus.
simply validate it more so because I've said it instead of you acknowledging what you know?
Yeah. You know, holy shit. During some psychedelic experiences I've had where I've come in contact with entities, whatever, other beings, they could never really tell me something that I didn't already know in some way or another. Except on a very few occasions, it felt like legit epiphanies, and that it was
I
some
bet you already knew.
but in a sense, yeah, I had already known it, and I think we know all things simultaneously, and
We have to.
fuck,
We're a fractal of the divine.
I'm doing
Why does it,
some man,
why is the axiom know thyself? All we do is look for validation.
yeah,
You already know everything that there is to know. You have the answer to every question that you'll ever ask. The reason we ask is because we're in search of someone else to say, yeah, you're right. But understand, even when I say yes, it's still just you.
mm-hmm, yeah, wow, damn,
Perfect love, my brother. Perfect love.
that is wild how that works, and you know, I'm getting a really strange vibe from you, not in a bad way, but it brings me back to a psychedelic experience I had with my old buddy. We were on 900 micrograms of LSD, and he said something to me, and then when I looked at him, I realized that, oh no, I feel like I know you like very well, um,
You do.
and yeah, um,
I'm you.
yeah, man. So I
To
got,
love everybody else is to love yourself.
yeah,
To love yourself is to love everybody else.
yeah. So I guess there is kind of a definite answer, and it would be what, love, right?
Love,
Fucking
love.
freaking Steve Vai, my favorite guitar player of all time, writing masterpieces at fucking 11, 12 years old. One of his albums is like, I will discover the secrets of love. And it's one of the most badass fucking instrumentally just mind blowing music I've ever heard in my life. Um, and he's a brilliant mind. Um, I guess me. Nah, but yeah, that's awesome. Holy shit. Um, and it's like we've put hints and clues everywhere for ourselves, right? Like
Yes.
to look at and be like and remember. It's just like, whoa, oh my god. It's like remembering that you're in a dream, like in Inception when they got the little gadgets, and that's what they focus on. That's how they can like know if they're in a dream or not or whatever. And it's like, oh my god.
You're a dream within a dream within a dream.
Yeah, and we've left ourselves hints here and there to see that we're in a dream and to eventually become aware of that and wake up to it. And then after that, wake up in the next stream and do the same thing until,
You wake up and you're in the monad.
yeah,
You are God.
oh my God, holy shit. Mind blown, brain matter all over my ceiling now. Damn. Um,
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
This has been awesome, for real. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me, brother. This
Yeah,
won't be the last time. You'll speak to self again.
awesome. And yeah, I hope also, I'll add you to the group and everything. I hope to speak to you on there too. That'd be a more private setting. You can meet some other people, other parts of yourself,
I told you, sign me up. Sign
Absolutely.
you up.
Yeah, absolutely. I sure will. And dude, man, I just want to say thank you for opening up so much. And I know a lot of it was really probably touchy for you and really personal stuff. And like I said, I really greatly appreciate that because I know it's not easy to come out and talk about stuff like that, and especially have it live and recorded and everything. And I will, when I repurpose this video, I can send it to you, and you can do what you will with it. And but do you mind if I put this on YouTube?
You better.
All right, cool, cool,
And you better share the link with me.
absolutely.
I got people waiting on you to put it on YouTube. How about that?
Okay, cool, sweet. Cause yeah, man, I feel like, man, that's like kind of our goal is to help other people get to that point of love, man. And maybe this is my way of doing it, cause I've even tried, like I said, try to walk away from it, keep getting pulled back into it, trying to just, yeah.
If you keep trying to fight something and you keep getting reintroduced to it,
Hmm.
that's a hint in and of itself, brother.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll even try to ignore the signs and the hints, but eventually it slaps me in the face, quite literally, Um, and it's just like, no, 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 no. You've been
You
asleep
can
before.
only do what is in your nature to do.
Yeah. Damn. And I feel like that's an infinite amount of possibilities. Damn. Yeah. Well, I was I was gonna think of something else to ask, but I feel like we kind of went through a lot of deep secrets of the universe type topics tonight, and I feel like any other topics would kind of be mundane and for another time. Um, because this one got really deep and awesome. I say if we ever branch off into any other slightly mundane, you know, things like say sigil work, candle work, ceremonial prop, why people do just anything, But yeah, I
Well,
feel like it's kind of
if you
pointless.
want, we can divide it all up. We can, next time you have me on, we'll do ceremonial work, or we can do sigil work, and we'll do an episode dedicated to each, because it would be doing an in service to each one of them to speak of them in 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. I agree. Man, would you be wanting to do something like that?
Absolutely.
All right, yeah, I'm down. That sounds great. And like you said, yeah, it's not right. Can't touch on a subject for 10, 15 minutes and nah.
Especially when it comes to sigil work, because it has so much to do with will,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that'll give me a chance to talk about the ORD a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Maybe just giving you a little hint as to what we do.
Man. Yeah. Well, I really ain't got really much left to ask because my mind's still going through what we've been talking about and
Soak
kind
it
of
in, brother.
exactly. Yeah. And so, um, wow. Yeah.
You've come up with a good sign off, right?
Kind of. I mean, kind of wing it, you know what I'm saying? But after this, I'll get it all edited. I'll upload it, send you the link and everything, and I'll add you to the group and stuff. And yeah, we can plan things from there. Um, I ain't got any more questions. Do you have any questions or anything you want to go over real quick?
No, sir. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. It's all mine. I promise you that.
Which is also mine simultaneously. But all right.
Enjoy yourself.
All right, man. Again, thank you. And this was awesome. And I can't wait to do it again.
Thank you, brother.
Yep, no
Love is the
problem.
law. Love under will.
Yeah. All right, bro.